Hello, everybody. How are we all doing today? It's raining outside. It has been for the past couple of days. Yay, I love the rain. Oh my god. I feel like a mess today, so excuse any stuttering or random pauses in my sentences. I'm having a weird anxiety moment. It'll go away, but it's probably just because it started upstream and it's been about a good jillion years. But hi, hello. I hope you all are well. Of course, before we get on to doing what we're doing today, I have some announcements for us to talk about, of course. So let us, as excuse me, gracious. As always, we'll run through everything else that we have listed on here. It is also raining. That's awesome. Raining where you are, rather. Yes, that is awesome. Right, but we'll run through everything else that we have here listed, and then we will come back around to talking about Palestine. So let's get on with talking about everything. So, of course, Sudan is in a war between the Sudanese Armed Forces and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. There have been Sudanese children burned, whether alive or dead. That is still disgusting and horrible. There has been a boycott call for Dubai/the United Arab Emirates, as they don't have any gold mines and they are killing, raping, and terrorizing Sudanese people for their gold. Do not participate in tourism and do not buy gold from them. Also, women in Sudan are being forced to have sexual intercourse with soldiers to obtain food for their families, and this is literally sex slavery. Excuse me, sex slavery. I don't know why my voice cracked in that one. The Congo is also, Congo, is in the midst of a silent genocide. Many are being worked to death as slaves in mines in order to mine for coltan, which is a valuable mineral that are used in electronics such as phones and computers. They are the #1 producer of this mineral, and millions are being killed. Women are being sexually assaulted, and men and children are forced to work in inhumane conditions, with over 6 million killed and counting at this point. Yemen was bombed not too long ago, last month. It has officially been a month since they have been bombed by the US. They are facing a horrible, horrible famine, and they have been for ages at this point now. I can't even count how long. It's been years that they've been going through this famine at this point. And also Haiti is going through gang violence. I have a whole bunch of links down below in the important links for the month of August if you would like to support any charities or individual GoFundMes of people from Sudan, Congo, Yemen, or Haiti. I also have a link to Posterity International, who are currently trying to raise $70,000 to provide hygiene kits to displaced people in the Kanya Richinya camp. My apologies for butchering that. Which is in Congo. The goal is to provide over 10,000 hygiene kits, and these kits contain essential items such as soap, toothpaste, and sanitary products. I also have a link to a fundraiser that was started by a Twitter user at sitcomabed, SITCOMABED, for Sudan and Palestine via their Ko-fi. And also I have a campaign link that was started by TikTok user at atute_insp, ATUTE_NINSP, as well as her along with her team, Mutual Aim. They are trying to collect money for Congo, Sudan, and Tigray. The donations will be divided between the 3 causes, so if you would like to donate but don't have the funds to donate to multiple campaigns, this is a great way to help Congo, Sudan, and Tigray. So I have all of those linked down below as well. Of course, we should also talk about Venezuela. They are currently in a blackout. People are not allowed on Twitter. If you would like to learn more about what is going on in Venezuela, I have a link to I believe a CNN article, as well as a Twitter thread from somebody who is from Venezuela. Sorry, I'm trying to find the link currently. To make sure that I have what I have listed. If I don't have the CNN article, then I will most certainly have the link to the Twitter thread. Yes, I do also have the CNN article linked. So if you would like to learn more about what is going on in Venezuela, I highly encourage you to learn that way. But to give you a short little synopsis of it. There was an election that was going on between two candidates, Edmundo Gonzalez and Nicolas Maduro. Nicolas Maduro won instead, even though the clear winner was Edmundo Gonzalez. Nicolas Maduro has a history of being a violent dictator to the people, and because there are those protesting and vocalizing their distaste for these results, there have been kidnappings, and a lot of them have been taken to a place called Helicoide, which is the largest torture center in Latin America. Or there have been threats doled out to people who have been vocalizing their distaste or protesting. 46 people were killed within 24 hours after the election, which could be higher by now since then. He's reported wanting to set up concentration camps to quote-unquote re-educate the opposition. And, of course, there is also a massive blackout in the country currently, and they are no longer allowed to access Twitter without VPNs, which is disturbing. Of course, there was also race riots that went on in England. This was caused by a... Hold on, I have the Al Jazeera article. Let me double check and make sure I have the information correctly. It was fueled by far-right individuals and groups who were seemingly, like, upset at a knife attack of a 17-year-old who was a person who was attacked by somebody who was supposedly, the perpetrator was Muslim, they supposed, and thus they started attacking mosques, they started attacking areas of worship for specific groups of people of religious faiths that weren't specifically Christian, like Muslims and Jewish people, and a lot of people saw these like far right-leaning people protesting and came out in droves. There were hundreds of thousands of people coming out in droves to protest against these protesters, quote unquote. They're not really protesters, they're just aggravators and racists and bigots. And so they came out in opposition to it and said, hey, this isn't okay. So it's good to see people taking a stand against disgusting behavior such as that, as being racist and bigoted toward different ethnic groups, like eliciting fights is what was going on between people of different ethnic backgrounds, as well as, people with different religious beliefs as well. So that was good to see. SAG-AFTRA is also currently striking alongside video game voice actors. So, according to the SAG-AFTRA website, members went on strike against video game employers on July 26th. It has now almost been a month since the strike started. The strike was called after more than 18 months of negotiations with some of the largest video game companies ended without a deal. The employers rebuffed their proposals for consent, compensation, and transparency around the use of AI, and instead have countered with loophole-filled language that negates any protections they claim to offer. Employers understand that their performances have value, otherwise they wouldn't be negotiating with them. SAG-AFTRA and the voice actors. It's only fair that members be protected and paid for the value their performances create. And so their website also has an area that you can look up which video game companies are currently being struck against, as well as if specific video games are being struck against or if they are exempt due to deals. So I highly suggest you look through that website and also stand in solidarity with SAG-AFTRA and the video game voice actors who are striking to get a better deal so that they are protected against AI voice replication, which completely gets rid of their bodily autonomy. It can be used, anywhere without actually getting consent from the person, which is disgusting, and that's what they're striking against. So yeah, let's see. The Oaxaca fires in Mexico were incredibly devastating. Tons of indigenous people have lost their homes and their lives, and families were devastated, and the government has done nothing to help support the indigenous population of Oaxaca. And so if you would like to support the indigenous people of Oaxaca, there are links down below as well. The Rio Grande do Sul floods as well in Brazil were incredibly devastating and have displaced more than 200,000 people, and at least 100 people have died in the last bit that I have checked. That could be greater now. So I highly suggest you look through the articles that I have linked down below, as well as links to support the people of Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil. Although I will say the articles that I have linked, quite a few of them are in Portuguese. So if you're able to read Portuguese, or if you want to translate it, whatever you choose, go for it. Or if you just want to find some articles in English, that's also fine as well, just as long as you're educating yourself about what's going on in Rio Grande do Sul. And yeah, so, right. Excuse me. Sorry. Stuttering. Having a moment. Whew. All indigenous tribes have been stripped of their clean water rights. There is a New York Times article linked down below that talks about when this happened to the Navajo, as well as links below to support indigenous people, not just like in a moment when something horrible as this is happening, but of course going on in the future. You should always be supporting indigenous populaces, no matter if they are from the U.S. or not. Of course, it's a united cause to support, and stand behind and support indigenous people. The wildfires that tore through Maui were incredibly devastating. A historic town was burned to the ground. A lot of indigenous people lost their homes and their lives, of course. And they have gradually been building back their community, building back their homes in the aftermath since then, but there are still links down below if you would like to support the indigenous population of Maui. And last but not least, before we talk about Palestine, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in favor of businesses discriminating against the LGBT, and there are links down below if you would like to support LGBT people at this time, as well as forever. I should add that going forward. Don't just support them in the moment, support them forever. Every single thing that I have listed here, support them forever, not just in one little moment. Oh, did I completely skip that it was South Asian Heritage Month? I'm so sorry. My apologies. We're coming to the tail end of South Asian Heritage Month. We have at least a week left of August. I believe I'm just going to say it ends at the end of the month, honestly. Might as well. This entire month, I don't know why it starts like at the tail end of July, but it should be like all of August, honestly, in my own personal opinion, because I don't know. It's interesting that it scheduled like that. But in any case, South Asian Heritage Month, the umbrella that is South Asian as an identity is very broad and very vast when it comes to those who identify as South Asian, and a lot of those identities also fall under what would be considered Middle Eastern as well. So please do educate yourself more about South Asian people, their cultures, not just like the term itself, but like specific subgroups in that under that umbrella as well, and buy from South Asian businesses as well, not just for this month, but in the entirety, just forever, honestly. But yeah, I hope those who are South Asian have had a lovely South Asian Heritage Month, and I'm so incredibly sorry I skipped over that. My apologies. Goodness, I don't know how that happened. In any case, now that I've officially said everything else, let us go and talk about Palestine. Now, admittedly, I've been having a hard time keeping up with the news related to Palestine as of late because life has kind of been a bit hectic and I've been trying to do work stuff, but I have still paid attention to the news, of course, when it comes to Palestine, but I don't think I have nearly as much as I normally would in terms of news for you. But the greatest bit of news, as far as I understand, is that the ceasefire deals have been very touch and go. I have one article that I read that states Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told hostage families Tuesday of this week that a ceasefire deal may not be reached and that the Israeli military will not relinquish control of the Gaza and Egyptian border, which is a key demand of Hamas. There has also been a Philadelphia corridor proposal that's being proposed to Hamas that Egypt is set to deliver after Israel submitted a revised plan on Thursday as efforts to secure a ceasefire deal to halt the fighting, quote unquote, the genocide in Palestine continue. A diplomat and an Israeli source familiar with the talks said the new Israeli proposal, which includes a map of where Israeli troops would be deployed, reduces the number of troops and military posts along the strategic corridor, according to Egypt, from Israel's previous position, so said the source. Egyptian negotiators had rejected the previous Israeli map days earlier and declined to transfer it to Hamas, calling it a non-starter. So basically, they're trying to control a strip of land through this ceasefire deal, which is preposterous and disgusting. What's also disgusting is that multiple Israeli airstrikes killed at least 36 Palestinians in southern Gaza, so said health workers today, as officials, including a Hamas delegation, gathered for high-level ceasefire talks in neighboring Egypt. Among the dead were 11 members of a family, including 2 children, after an airstrike hit their home in Khan Yunis, according to Nasser Hospital, which received a total of 33 bodies from 3 strikes in and around the city that also hit tuk-tuks and passers-by. It's horrible just to continue to see a repeated falling through of ceasefire negotiations, because honestly, ceasefire to Israel at this point just means they want to eradicate the entirety of the Palestinian population and not stop what they're doing, which just is not how that works, but that's how it is working in their minds. And so I am going to continue to highly encourage you all to look through all the resources that I have provided down below for Palestine, and especially the GoFundMes of Palestinians trying to get out of Gaza and into safety, trying to get their families out of this horrible situation, get them to safety, which is devastating in and of itself that this even has to happen and that they have to evacuate because of this genocide that's going on and that they can't stay in Palestine. It's horrible, but I still suggest you go down there, donate what you can, donate to trustworthy charities as well, those who are trying to get food and supplies over to Palestinians, and just also keep talking about Palestine, keep talking about the genocide that's going on, and keep protesting for the genocide to end. As well as also keep talking about like Sudan, Congo, Yemen, Haiti, Tigray, all places that are going through either a loud or silent genocide, because all nations that are going through this deserve to be talked about in equal measure to Palestine, and one shouldn't overshadow the other. They all should be talked about in tandem, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. But yes, I believe that is everything I have to talk about. Let me just scan through and make sure I didn't miss anything again. Okay. But I believe that is all that that is to be brought up in our announcements. Thank you so much, as always. I appreciate you guys listening to the announcements when I do them, and I will put on the music now. I just about put on the wrong thing. And let us transition. Hello! Thank you again. I know I always do this, but genuinely thank you from the bottom of my heart for always listening whenever we do announcements. I appreciate it. They're incredibly important to me, as well as to those being impacted by the genocides that are ongoing. And it's just important things to talk about, of course. But yes, I appreciate it, as always. But hi. Hello. How are you all doing? I hope everyone is well. I hope everyone is doing okay. I'm having a time. Man. I'm having a I have so much going on in my brain right now. There's so much I need to say, and so much that's just going through my brain. So last week, excuse me, God, my freaking throat died for a second. Last week was a strike week, and that is why I did not stream last week, in solidarity with the strike that was being conducted. And so, yeah, and now it's this week where we're streaming again. Can you tell I'm trying to reacquaint myself with streaming, and my brain's just having a short circuit. My tongue, my fat tongue. Sorry. Anyway, right. So, what's happened in my life since you last saw me? a fair bit has happened. I have some good news for you guys. Spent most of my day arguing with very upsetting people on the internet, so I'm in a bit of a mood, but trying to flip it around with the Cozy Court stream. I'm so sorry. People on the internet just suck sometimes. Honestly, yeah. Internet's just getting more and more hostile, and it sucks. But I have some good news to share. Hopefully this will brighten the mood a little bit. I had an interview yesterday. So what happened was I've applied to 2 different jobs at 2 different rec centers for 2 different positions, and one politely declined to interview me because they were just not interested in that at this time. Oh, hang on. Unplug this thing I was charging earlier and put it away. But yeah, they politely declined, but the other one was like, yeah, we'll interview you. And I was like, hell yeah. And they gave me a list of days to be like, okay, so which day works best for you for an interview? And I picked Friday. Court's job here in full swing. Don't jinx it. I don't know if I got it or not. Hang on. Ugh. I'm having a bit of a time. My messages keep disappearing. YouTube is just... YouTube, I don't know what that's doing. I'm so sorry, doctor. But yeah, so... I got an interview. I went in yesterday. It was nerve-wracking. I got the email back about the interview. Why is my phone not charging? This is homophobic. I got the email about the interview on Wednesday, and I picked Friday because I was like, well, I asked about it, like, what day would be best, and I was told you should do Friday because it shows that your eagerness to get interviewed, and I was like, okay, so I picked Friday, so that meant I had, like, 2-ish, not even, like, a day to, like, prep, and I just didn't. I didn't prep at all. The most I did was look up the rec center to get a better idea of what they do, in case they ask me about what drew me to this specific rec center. Hello, I hate my life. Good to see ya. But yeah, so that's the most I did. The rest, I just, like... There's a website that's very good to donate to Palestinians for free. It won't let me mention it. Because YouTube is fucking... Yeah, YouTube's dumb about that. It's Arab.org, I believe. Or if you could do your daily clicks and they'll donate the funds to... Palestinians, but also there's GazaFunds.com, I believe. That is also a good site for you to use. Or is it .org? Let me actually make sure it's the right URL. GazaFunds.com. Okay, I was right. Yeah, Gaza Funds, it'll randomly shuffle a Palestinian GoFundMe, and it will shoot it up. It'll show it to you. And you can donate to it. Anyway. I hope that's the sites you were talking about, Doctor. If not, then you can do your darndest to try to share it with us somehow. Yes, thank you so much. I got your back. No worries. I have those linked down below as well. If you wanna, in the Palestinian resources, I have those linked. So go for it. Go, go, go. Go donate. Also, go donate eSIMs, too. Don't forget to donate eSIMs as well. GazaeSIMs.com is also a good site to use to give Palestinians eSIMs so that they can communicate with their family as well as get on the internet. There we go. Okay. Right. Wanted to make sure we got that across because I wanted to get it spread across for Doctor. Hopefully I did that justice for you. Right, the interview. I need to make sure I get this out concisely, because otherwise we're gonna be here forever. So yeah, I scheduled it. My freaking phone just doesn't want to charge. What is going on? I'm having a moment, Christ. Okay. You better charge or I'm going to be mad. My phone's been having a meltdown lately and it doesn't want to charge. I don't know why. Just randomly dying and restarting. Anyway. Yes, okay. I went in yesterday. Didn't prepare much. But I already had, like, interview prep. Don't worry, I didn't go in just completely, like, oh, unprepared. Because when I went in for a different position, I did prep with my dad, bless him. He helped me prep for the interview. And so I had already, was prepared. And I went in. I think it was probably the best interview that I've had. And I've only done, like, 2 interviews so far. But, like, the lady that interviewed me was incredibly nice. She made me feel comfortable and not, like, nervous in the slightest. So much even so that I my last interview, I was kind of like a robot a bit. I was just, like, mechanical in getting my answers out while also trying to be personable, but it didn't come out right. I was just so focused on getting the answers out. But this one, I just felt like I was chatting with a friend. It was so nice. I made her laugh a couple of times. Well, I laughed too, but, like, I made her laugh. I hope that's a good sign. But she laughed. I made her, she asked, like, she ran through the position, first of all, that I was applying for beforehand, and then if I had questions about that before the interview started, I could ask my questions then, and then we went into the interview, and then I could ask questions again, and it was a very quick, I want to say it was like 15-minute interview, maybe more, I don't know. I went in 10 minutes early. It felt long, but also very short. But in any case, she was very nice. She asked if I had any plans afterward, and I said, nope. And she's like, it's fair, because it's raining, because it's pouring down rain when I got there. And I was like, yep, that's why. You made her laugh, you were locked in. I was, because, like, I'm interviewing for a position that works with children, obviously. And one of the things I was talking about was, she was asked me something about, like, stressful situations. And I was like, oh, I know all about that, because I worked with, like, 9 classes a day. And she was like, holy shit. Well, she didn't say that, but she's like, oh my god. I'm like, yeah. So I know a thing or two about being stressful. Or no, that one was in response to, like, a different question. But still, yeah. It was very nice. She was very sweet. She told me that I needed to get some references together. I needed at least 3, and to put them through a specific site, and they would contact me as soon as they possibly could. And I was like, okay. I panicked for a moment because I only had 2, but I pulled some strings, and now I have 3, so we're all fine and dandy. We're good. But I have a good feeling, honestly. Something about this versus my last interview just felt like night and day. I don't know how to describe it, because with my last interview that I went in for, I was super stiff. The people I was talking to were professional, yes, but they didn't really talk to me very casual, like, beforehand, or be like, how was your day going, or anything. They were just there for business, and were like, okay, here's what we're doing. And they took notes the entire time, and then, like, because the thing, they were just very, I don't know, they felt like they were judging me. But with this one, whenever I was answering, she was writing down my answers, but she was like, absolutely, of course. You know, like, answering back to me. So, like, I knew she was listening to me, and she answered my questions, like, very concisely. I understood exactly what I needed to do. I have to get, like, certifications and stuff, so I asked her about that, and of course she was very nice in answering how the certifications would go. Bless her. But, yeah, she was just so nice. I can't emphasize that enough. That was the nicest lady that I have ever talked to, and I felt so at home immediately. So I hope I get this job. I hope I get this job. For my own sake, but also, like, can you explain this gap on your resume? Yes, that is when I did not have a job. She didn't ask me that, thankfully. She mostly asked about, like, why I wanted to work with kids, or, like, what my specific experiences were, and, like, a whole bunch of, like, did I work with a culturally diverse group of children, what my experiences were with stress, how did I manage things, like, a whole bunch of typical questions like that, and also ran through, like, specific scenarios of things, like, how would you break up a fight? What would you do if a kid came to you and told you they were being abused? Or, like, a whole bunch of questions like that. Although, if she had said that, I would... Because the funny thing about me, the last job I had was in 2019. I worked at my local mall part-time. And so, but the funniest answer I could probably give her if she asked, what, can you explain this gap on your resume? We'd be like, yeah, so my last job closed, and then the pandemic started, and everyone went on lockdown. Because the job closed, my job closed, it shut down in January of 2020. I worked there since November, so I was only there for like a couple months, but it shut down in January 2020 because they got bought out by a different kiosk or like whatever. And then the pandemic started, and so I just sunk all my time into being like a full-time student, so... Yeah, that's why I didn't have a job for 5 years. 4 or 5 years. Yeah, but she didn't ask that question, thankfully. But in general, I think I had a good experience there. It's also a really nice rec center, but also there were people at, because it's a rec center, of course, there's like a pool and everything, an indoor pool. So I saw the people in the pool, and I was like, what are you doing in the pool while it's raining? I couldn't fathom it. I was like, what are you doing? Why are you in the pool when it's raining? Wouldn't that be too cold? Goodness. It was so ridiculous to me. I don't know why. Especially, it's like a chlorine pool, so of course it's a little bit heated in there, so it's not too cold. But still, I was a bit like, I would have gone any other day. Maybe when it was like 80-something, 90-something degrees out, I would have gone. But not when it's like 56 outside. I don't know, I might just be of that mindset also because I hate going to like chlorinated pools and stuff. I used to do swimming lessons when I was younger, and I used to go to my, like, a different recreational center when I was younger, and I would go and swim with my friends, of course, and so I just kind of have a disdain for rec center pools. Of course, there's also going to be a lot of little kids in there peeing in it, so, like, ugh. Anyway, sorry, but that's the good news, is I got an interview. I literally got that on the same day I posted my community post saying, like, we're gonna do a stream today. So I was like, it's too late for me to add an addition. I'll just wait till stream to let you guys know how it goes. Indoor pools are sensory nightmares for me. That's totally fair. They didn't used to be when I was younger. Because I was just, like... driven to go swimming a lot when I was younger. Nowadays, I'd probably be like, yeah, I don't want to go near the pool. I'm okay, actually. I think I'll spend the rest of my life not going anywhere near the pool. Gracious, my throat is dying. Anyway. In terms of other news, that's, I think, about the most that I can give you, other than, you know, I'm still stuck in the Beatles sauce. I have something else to tell you guys about in a minute that hit me like a double whammy, and I had a full-on upset, full-on cry at one point, but that's nothing new for me. And it's nothing bad, I promise. It was just a lot of emotions, but I'll tell you that in a minute. Rancid smell and always squeaking and echoing? Yes. And that, and you gotta shower next to people? Ugh. I love water. I love all water. I love swimming. One time I saw the upper half of a dummy mannequin at the bottom of the deep end of the pool when I was like 10. I love pool and swimming. I have I told you guys? Oh, there's a. Have you made it further along the Beatles lore train? Everything I learn about the Beatles is against my will at this point. I have so much I need to say, but I gotta tell a story first because, like, Doctor just reminded me of something. I don't know if I've told you guys this story or not. If I have, then whatever. I'm reiterating it for people who don't know and don't want to skim VODs in case it happened, but okay. When I was younger, I said, that I had done swimming lessons, right? And I did them for a while. I don't remember how long I did them for, but I was really young. And so, when I was younger, that still sticks with me. It was terrifying. I'm so sorry. When I was young, I wore two-piece swimsuits. I think I was like 8 or 9 doing swim lessons. 8, 9, 10, maybe? I don't remember. But I was really young, and so I was wearing this one specific two-piece swimsuit that, like, looked like a one piece, but it was, like, frilled at the end, so it like, gave the illusion of it, but it was a two-piece. But this one specific one, the clasp on the back of it had a tendency to, like, come loose if I swam too hard, which is why I didn't prefer it, but it was the only clean one I had at the time. So we were doing a specific, I think it was either a free swim or we were doing butterfly. I can't remember exactly, but we were swimming and I was doing my lap and I was coming back down to the end. I'd done my lap and I was coming back and the clasp undid itself. I felt it undo itself as I was coming up for air, and I was like, oh no. I couldn't do anything to stop because I was in the middle of my lap, so I was like, fuck. Oh no. So I kept going, and the next thing I know, my top just starts floating up. It starts floating up, and I was like, oh no. And there's a family right next, like, so there's like a lined off area for where they do the swimming lessons, and then another area where there's like a free swim for families and stuff. And so there's this family on the other side of these buoys, and this little kid is looking at me. And this mom looks over where the kid is looking and sees me, and is like, it just turns scandalous and like starts to usher her kid away from the sea. I was embarrassed. I felt so bad. My classmates were looking at me, and the teacher was like, oh no. My teacher was a man, by the way. I gotta emphasize that. He was a man, and he came over to me and was like, stop, 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 stop. He stopped me in my lap and was like, sweetheart, your swimsuit came undone. I was like, I know, I just wanted to finish my lap. He's like, it's okay. Give me, like, just put... He stood in front of me, bless him. He stood in front of me as I tried to do my clasp on again, and I couldn't get it because my little tiny child arms, and he was like, hang on, just let me do it. And he, like, reached around and he put the clasp back in firmly so it wouldn't, like, fall out again. And he was like, all right, good to go. And I went back and I finished my lap. And I was fine the rest of the lesson, but, like, God, I would be mortified. Oh my goodness. I didn't want to wear that swimsuit after that. I was terrified it would happen again. I mean, I didn't really have much of a concept of indecency, I guess, because I was really young, but I knew that, like, it was bad that my swimsuit clasp came undone. And I just was more embarrassed that people saw that whole... I hated the scene of it that it created more than I hated it actually happening. And so, I just hated my classmates saw all of that. I was terrified they were gonna make fun of me. They didn't, of course. They just went about their lessons as per usual, and we just moved on with our lives, but it was such a time. Thank God the teacher was chill. Honestly, bless that guy. He was an MVP. I miss him. I think about him sometimes. Oh, I loved doing swim lessons. I was very good at it. I was very good at swimming. I think I was mostly good at, like, backstroke or free swim, which is, like, totally fair. Or, I was pretty okay at the breaststroke. Butterfly was the hardest, though. Butterfly is such a hard stroke to do. God damn. Breaststroke, too, but I think I could do the breaststroke over the butterfly. God, the fucking windmilling of the arms. Ugh. I don't know how I did that when I was younger, but, like, shout out young me for being able to do the butterfly stroke. Anyway, there's a little bit of quartz lore for you guys. Also, that same rec center, I did circus camp too. Did I ever tell you guys I did circus camp? I can't remember. Every time I tell people I did circus camp, they're like, what? That's a thing? And I was like, yeah, I did circus camp. I don't even know how I figured out there was a circus camp. I think I just saw it at the same rec center advertised, and I was like, oh, that's a cool little course. I think it would be fun, and I asked if I could do it, and I did it for like 4 weeks, I think, 6 weeks. It was fun. I miss swimming so much. I wish there were pools that were like for adults only. I know. I love swimming too, but I don't think I could handle the chlorine. It would fuck up my hair. I was terrible at any PE adjacent activities. I would normally hide behind the wrestling mats and the teachers would forget I existed, but I did not have this luxury during swimming. Yeah. I mean, I sucked at PE adjacent courses too, but sometimes I was just determined and I just would do them out of spite. I went to arts camp that offered circus courses, so I have heard of it, yeah. I remember once I was in a server and I was like, oh yeah, I did circus camp, by the way, because they were talking about clowns, and I was like, yeah, I did circus camp, and they were like, what? They just thought, I thought they were like, no, there's no way that's real, and I was like, yeah. They taught me how to walk on my hands, and they taught me how to do balance beams, and, like, walk on the, like, you know, the, like, rotating, like, it's kind of like log dancing, or like well, you know the thing where people walk on the logs or whatever? I can't remember what that's called. Log dancing? Is it called log dancing? They did that, but with like a little circular thing, and we learned how to walk on that. They taught us juggling and like how to do the colorful scarves, and they had a little show, like a little show-off thing for the parents at the very end of it, and I, like the over-ambitious child I was, walked on my hands, and of course I didn't completely get it by myself. I had to have the instructor help me, but I still did it. I also just wanted to show off walking on my hands because, like, my sister did gymnastics, and I knew that she could walk on her hands and do backflips and shit, so I was, like, trying to my best to emulate my sister. So I was, like, a little ambitious. Oh, my God. Tiny me had so much ambition, I lost all of that because there's nothing to be spiteful about anymore for me to physically exert myself over shit, so... I'll be going to a local furry con in a few days. I'm so excited. Oh, that sounds like fun. I hope you have fun, and I hope you stay safe. I think COVID's been spiking up a lot recently, so hopefully you stay safe in there and don't get COVID. But I hope you have fun. Oh, conventions. Conventions. I only went to one convention in my entire life, and I was like 12, and it was the worst mistake of my life. It was the worst mistake of my life. Good gracious. Well, like, if I were older, I probably would have gone, but, like, let's fucking go, doctor. I hope it's awesome, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is about me. It's like... I think though, so I was like 12, I didn't know I was autistic, but like, good gracious. I don't know. My friend offered to take me down to a convention once because her dad worked in like the downtown area where the convention was going on, so I went with her down there, and it was my first time at a convention, and it was something. There was a booth that sold a bunch of horror items, which in hindsight sounds fucking epic, but they had the Chucky doll there, and I was 12, and I wasn't acquainted with horror yet, and it freaked me out. I wear a mask anyways. I like having my face be anonymous. That's so completely fair. I still wear my mask because we're still in the pandemic, so I do it for, like, safety purposes, but, like, I also like wearing a mask for anonymity purposes as well. That's so completely fair. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There was a lot of... I didn't have a lot of money on me, so I didn't really buy anything. We just wandered around and we were like, what the fuck is this? We didn't know what conventions were about. There was also a lot of people wearing very overtly sexual cosplays. And we were like, oh. Great. No fault for the people wearing them, of course, but because we were children, but like they were of like cartoon characters. I'm pretty sure some of them were like My Little Pony characters, and I was like, uh-oh. It's just... I did get some free comics out of it, though. I think I have an Adventure Time comic and a Peanuts comic I got for free from the convention, because it was like, get 2 for free off of like a table spread, and I noticed like a Peanuts comic and Adventure Time comic, and I just took them. I was like, hell yeah, bro, those are the only 2 things I recognize. Conventions are definitely overstimulating, but you learn what to do and what to avoid. It makes the experience so much better. LOL, that's totally fair. I'm also just not a big crowd person. I'll probably have a panic attack if I go. I almost went to that same convention again a few years ago, but friendships fell out, so that didn't happen. But I'm also kind of glad, because I would have had a panic attack, like I said. As a child, like kindergarten age, I was often written up for growling or barking at people. It truly is remarkable how I was that tiny autism immediately. That's so fair. Me too, because like I used to chase people on the playground that like I had a crush on. Like I was fucking Amy Rose. With Sonic, I just chased people on the playground that I had an interest in. It was a thing. And I would also talk to myself on the playground too and have full-on role plays with myself. Like, just hanging out. No, and when people came by me, of course I would like shut up because I didn't want them to hear what I was talking about. But when they were gone, I would just start back up immediately, and I just had so much fun hanging out by myself, just playing like wall ball and like making up my little role plays. I also didn't have a lot of money the first time around, but I have over twice what I had then. I'm also planning to donate to Palestinian families and stuff too, otherwise I would feel selfish. That's totally fair. That's completely and utterly fair. Oh gracious, it's pouring outside. Let's go. Anyway, sorry. You could chase me, JK, I'd win. No. I don't have the stamina to do that anymore, but I used to do that all the time. That's not a good thing, by the way, that I did that. That's... The people I was chasing, the guys I was chasing, was mostly guys. I chased a lot of guys, and they were, like, terrified of me that I was doing that, because I was, like, fucking rabid, and I would fucking just, like, sprint at them. I went full force after them. It wasn't like a cutesy little jaunt. I was like, get your fucking ass over here. Like, I was, like, hunting them for sport. Because that's what I thought was what the fucking girls would do to get the boys' attention. Because I was like, why aren't the boys paying attention to me? Do I gotta chase them to get their attention? That's not what you do to get boys' attention, by the way. Don't do that. Don't chase people. Don't go full sprint at people. Don't do that at all. It's not healthy. It's not good. It's very scary to other people. I was just a menace. I also used to spit at people. When I got mad at them, I'd spit at people, or I would instigate fights. I was just a hell demon of a child. I was also getting rampantly bullied, too, so I was just, like, building up a defense mechanism against people that fucking sucked. I was just like, okay, I'm gonna have to fight for my fucking life on this playground. I fought for my fucking life in the playground. I didn't chase anyone, but I did have a lot of temper tantrums during class. I had a ton of suspensions. Yeah. I didn't have temper tantrums in class, which is interesting. But I do know a lot of people who did have temper tantrums in class, and a lot of them have autism diagnoses now. I love how you view boys in your class like Pokemon you had to chase after and catch. Oh. I never viewed it that way. I just viewed it as like a fucking poacher, like with one of those pith helmets, very stereotypical pith helmets, hunting like like a giraffe or something on safari. That's even funnier, actually. That's like, oh, I'm hunting them down like they're Pokemon. I did want to catch them all. I did. I had a lot of boys in my purview that I wanted to catch and, like, date. But I never got any of them. There was one time there was, like, a guy that I was interested in. And, excuse me, there was a guy I was interested in. And a few of the people I was friends with at the time were trying to help me get with him. But then news came back that he was dating some other girl, and I got so fucking pissed. And they encouraged me to, like, let out my aggression. And we were at this, like, sleepover thing. We'd just gotten back from the mall. Went and hung out at the mall. And I fucking, like, we were in my friend's basement, and I just fucking yelled, and I just, like, started pounding on shit. I was actually mad, and they saw that, and they were like, damn, okay, chill out. They didn't expect me to actually get, like, angry and start letting out my aggression. I'm pretty sure my friend's parent came, like, mom came down and was like, is everything okay down here? Also had temper tantrums and cried often and went to the nurse's office almost every day. I was truly teacher's nightmare. Yeah, I went to the nurse's office a lot too, but that was because I was reporting people for bullying and they didn't know how to handle me, so I was confused that I couldn't find any of the boys attractive for years. You're like the complete opposite of me. I still have a lot of anger issues, but at least I don't throw desks and pencil cases across the room anymore. That's totally fair. If I have a boy, then I will succeed at heterosexuality, which is possible to achieve and normal to want. Yeah, like, I've told you guys before, it took me, like, till I was 22 to figure out I was a lesbian. The signs were there. I was just dense. So incredibly dense. No wonder all the guys didn't want to date me. They realized I was a woman lover from day one. I'm kidding. I just was very, very, aggressive, I guess, or very upfront. I wasn't playing coy with the boys, I guess, and they didn't like that because they were taught a very stereotypical way of liking other girls. So they were like, why isn't this one, like, flirtatiously twirling their hair, and why are they chasing me around the playground? I was a disaster. It's kind of funny to look back on it in hindsight, you know, like how I acted around friends who were girls and around the boys at my school. I was very, like, tame when it came to the girls, but when it came to guys, I was unhinged. I was trying to prove that I could be one of the guys so fucking badly. You have no idea. Honestly, I hung out with a lot of guys on the playground too, and like, I liked to get dirty. I didn't like being clean. Well, I didn't like wearing dresses and shit either, but when we did activities, I didn't like getting my clothes dirty, but I got dirty anyways, because that's what was expected when we went outside and shit. But I just was like, if I gotta get dirty, I'll get dirty. I don't care. I knew I was LGBT my entire life, mainly because of Jessica Rabbit. Yeah, that's totally fair. It's so funny when people are like, oh, I knew when I was like such and such years old, and I'm like, I wish I had that, honestly, because living with the fact that I didn't know until I was 22 and now I'm 24, it's so funny to me, because I'm like, all the signs were there. And I was just still on the, like, I want to date boys bandwagon. And then I went a completely different direction and thought I was a trans guy. And then I circled back around and now I'm here. It's such a funny thing how that works. Man. Excuse me. Anyway. It's just funny. To me personally. It is a bit gut-wrenching, of course, to not realize so young and have so many people say, like, oh, I knew when I was younger, and I'm just over here like, it took me till I was in my 20s to realize I liked girls. It's a lot of other stuff that happened, too, to contribute to why that happened. Anyway, though, we don't have to, we are not going to unpack that, because this is not a therapy couch moment. This is a stream. We're hanging out. We're hanging out. We're having a good time. Excuse me. Sorry, I have to keep clearing my throat. Anyway, so this stream is just probably going to be me rambling as we were doing just a second ago, or doodling. I don't know if I'll bust out my tablet. We'll have to see if I'm feeling up to it, because I've just not been feeling the drawing mood as of late. I haven't really felt like doing much of anything lately. Although I did update Tired Chatter. For those of you who are following my little Slender Man WordPress blog, I updated it the other day. After about 1 million years. It's tiredchatter.wordpress.com if you guys want to go check it out. I haven't given up on it. I'm still looking to write things for it, and this one was probably the most potent one. So go in with caution. It's the most explicit one too. I did also write like a couple of poems too. I wrote like 3 today, but they're like a disaster, so I might read them to you, I might not. I might read to you some of my old poems, we'll see. To be fair, I also grew up with LGBT supporters or media like Jacksepticeye and Undertale and such, lol, but also people don't know until their 50s or older. Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, I grew up in, like, the 2000s, 2010s, and a whole bunch of, like, supportive LGBT media stuff didn't start cropping up until I got into, like, middle school, high school, so, like, 13, 14, so I didn't really... I mean, I was shocked when I found out my uncle was gay. I was like, that's not his roommate! When I was 13, I was like, wait a minute. That's how thick I was about that stuff, and then I didn't realize all that could be me until way later, so. I was also very dense for many years. Yes, I am cisgender. Why, yes. I do get uncontrollable feelings of jealousy whenever I see any woman. Doesn't everyone? Link it in chat. Oh, yeah. I started the stream with I'm gonna lurk, and here I am. You know what? That's totally fair, you know? Excuse me, gracious. I guess I'll link Tired Chatter in the chat unless someone does it before I get a chance to do it. That's not his roommate. I believed that his boyfriend of 20-something years was his roommate. I'm sorry. See, I told you I was dense. He was with him for like 20 years. He's not with that guy anymore, but like 20 years. I called him my uncle and everything. The guy he was dating, I called him my uncle and everything. I just thought he was his roommate. I'm very dense. It took a real long time to unpack that one. Not my finest moment, but I learned. I like clicked when I found out. I was like, oh! People can do that? I was like, wait, he's with him? I like legit asked that. I think it was at a barbecue or something with my family, and they were like, yeah, did you not know? And I was like, no. I mean, I knew that being gay was a thing at that point, but I just didn't realize that he was gay. Like I said, not my finest moment. It took me so long to realize. God. Oh my god. Stupid. Stupid. So stupid. Anyway. Now you understand why it took until I was 22 to realize I was a lesbian. The density that we're working with here. Oh man. I was such a thick skull. I mean, I've also told you guys it took me 6 months to realize that my girlfriend was interested in me. 6 months! 6 months of us talking. I thought she just wanted to be friends, and then she dropped it casually, like, oh, hey, you know, we could go on a date sometime. And I was like, oh. Oh! Wait, oh! And we've been getting together for 2 years. God. I'm a wreck. Me with my aunt. They have been together for like forever, but I don't think I knew until my mom was like, they were lesbians a while ago. Yeah. I was also dancing and did not realize I was asexual until a few months ago. I thought I was bisexual because I wasn't attracted to anyone, and I just assumed that everyone was exaggerating. That's such a funny way to realize you're ace. That's so good. I love that, actually. I love all these experiences we're sharing with each other. That's so good. I'm fucking crying. Also so funny, because when I was 13, I assumed that ace, like, meant that you reproduced with yourself. I didn't realize it meant that you didn't have a sexual attraction to people. I was like, I was talking to a friend about it in Skype, and they were like, what, you want to repeat that? And I was like, yeah, aren't you able to reproduce with yourself? That's what asexual means. And they were like, no, that's not what that means. It's always the people can do that, and then years later you're like, I can do that? Yeah. Oh my god. I love having latent realization. I'm feeling like, oh my god, mitosis. I reproduce my mitosis. You guys are fucking killing me, Christ. Oh my god. I'm never gonna get around to the things I want to talk about because I'm just having so much fun talking about this explicitly. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm gonna turn this ship around. I want to talk about other stuff. I'm sorry, I love this conversation, but we could go on forever in a circle about this specifically because I have so many moments of being dense, it's not even funny. Hang on, let me give it some water because I'm gonna need it for how hard I'm fucking laughing. Oh my god, alright. Anyway. Woof. Okay. I had a friend like that. They were ace, but my whole friend group were talking about things at the table, and they looked at me and said, you're all hypersexual. I am, but that's not the point. That's so funny. You're all hypersexual. I stared right in their eyes and said, are you asexual? See, I didn't know about ace stuff until I got a little bit older. I think I was probably like late high school when I learned about ace stuff. And then I was like, oh, that's cool. Right, anyway, steering the ship. I'm steering the ship on to other stuff. But this conversation is good. If we come back around to it, I'll put a pin back in it and we can come back and talk about it later if we want. But there's a thing I want to tell you guys. Because it's oddly funny. I don't know why, even though it was really sad. That's literally me. Your friend is me. Straight again. I don't know what that means, but that sentence is weirdly funny. banana cheeses. I can't even get a sip of my water. Oh my god, I'm gonna choke. Christ. Wait, I need to steer the ship. Holy shit, oh my god. Steering the ship, we're steering the ship. Okay. Okay. So, the past week, like, I can't even remember. Like, it was either last week or the week before, during this strike week. I can't remember. But, I think it was it this past week? I think it was last week. I don't know. Time is fluid for me at this point. Excuse me, gracious. But, so, I watched a couple of, documentaries because I'm really just, I'm touch and go with, excuse me, I'm touch and go with, fictional stuff right now, so I'm just kind of in the mood for documentaries. It's so nice to hear you laugh and have fun, be happy. Aw, shucks. I come back to the stream and you're dying of laughter. What's happening? Chat's being funny. Alright, so I've been watching documentaries lately. My good friend Tubi, my best friend Tubi. Love you, Tubi. I watched, a documentary as of a little bit ago called, Mr. Oregon, and it's a David Farrier documentary, and I love David Farrier. He's such a good documentarian. If you haven't watched any of his documentaries, please do. Like Dark Tourist on Netflix, or, off of Netflix, if you know where to look. Or Tickled, or Mr. Oregon. They're all really good. He really knows how to spin a story. He's very, very good at it. But I watched Mr. Oregon, and it was new. I hadn't heard that he made a new documentary. I was like, oh my god? No one told me? Dave Farrier made a new documentary? And I watched it, and I loved it. Came out in 2022. So that made me want to rewatch Tickled, because I hadn't watched Tickled in like a million years, and I loved Tickled when I watched it initially, like way back in like 2016, 2017, I can't really remember. But my good friend Tubi had Tickled on their platform, so I was like, holy shit, I'm gonna rewatch Tickled because I haven't seen it in so long, and I just watched Mr. Oregon and I wanted to watch it again. So I put on Tickled and I had a fun time watching it, but oh my god, so oh, is it in 144p? That's fine. All the more pixels to enjoy me with. Right, so I was looking through their documentaries because I wanted to see which documentaries I might be interested in watching, because, like, I don't think I've said it before, but I'm a documentary nerd. I love watching documentaries. I haven't watched it a lot as of recent, because so many of the documentaries nowadays are, like, true crime documentaries, and, like, sure, I'll watch them, but, like, once in a blue moon, because, like, true crime's just not my thing anymore. Compress their ass. So, I watched Tickled, and, like, in their roster, they also had Dear Zachary, which is the most devastating documentary you could ever watch in your life. Well, one of them. It's not, like, the most, but it's one of the most devastating documentaries you could ever watch. And I've seen this documentary 4 times now in my life, and it has made me cry every single time without fail. And I hadn't seen Dear Zachary in a few years now. So I think the last I watched it was either like pre or during the beginning of the pandemic. But so I was like, okay, well, you know, 4th time's the charm. Of course I knew what was gonna happen. Oh, there was a blue moon? Oh, sick. That's cool. But I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch it. So, I think it was, like, the day after, or like, a couple days after. So, I gave some time after Tickled to watch Dear Zachary. Because I gotta prep for it. That fucking documentary's a fucking, it's a mess. It makes me a mess. So I put it, my day went, how do I explain this? God, I'm having a hard time getting my words out. That day, I also rewatched Lindsay Ellis's video on Yoko Ono and the Beatles because I hadn't seen it in a while. Okay, I need to get back to work. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you for dropping in, Doctor. Hope you have a good rest of your time at work. Thank you for chit-chatting with us. Right, okay. But yeah, I rewatched Lindsay Ellis's like little documentary on Yoko Ono and the Beatles because I hadn't seen it in a bit, and I now have a whole lot more information about the Beatles than when I initially started, so I understood a lot more going into it than I did like the first time I watched it. And listen, I started crying watching it. Are always peak. She is amazing. I mean, I don't have any specific opinion about Lindsay Ellis herself because of like the shit that happened with her a while ago, but that specific video got to me the second time through, or third time. I think this is like my third or fourth time watching it, but it got to me on that specific occasion, and I can't explain why. Something about like understanding the Beatles breaking up and that progression of it and the way she told the story just fucking broke me for some reason. And then like at the very end when she was talking about Yoko Ono, I just was like, the tears were gushing. So I was like, fuck, I'm already emotional. So I clicked off that video and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go hang out and I'm gonna put on Dear Zachary, which is I don't know if it was a blessing or a mistake, but Yoko Ono gets a lot of incredibly misogynistic hate. It is upsetting. Look, I mean, she's like multifaceted as a person. She's done good things, she's done bad things. Like, she's a person, but she doesn't deserve all like the racism and the fucking bigotry and like the misogynistic hate that she's gotten over the years. I feel bad for her since she basically got bullied off of YouTube, but I'm glad she's back. Didn't she get bullied off of YouTube because she made like a racist comment, or like was perceived to have made a racist comment? Lindsay Ellis did. I'm not talking about Yoko Ono, I mean like Lindsay Ellis. I'm pretty sure she made like a weird comparison between Avatar and one of the like Disney movies that was based on like Asian lore or something. I think that's what happened. I'm not sure. I think that's what happened and that's why she left. And like a whole bunch of other stuff that contributed to that as well, and then she came back. I could be wrong. That's just what I heard. That's why I don't have any which way opinion about her specifically. Her content is good. She does good research. I don't have a specific opinion about her as a person. So if I'm misattributing things and blowing things out of proportion, please let me know. Or if I'm saying things, but right. Anyway, yeah, I watched that video, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna go watch Dear Zachary afterward, which was a mistake, or it could have been a blessing, because I fucking cried so hard, I stuffed my nose up so bad I couldn't breathe until, like, the next day. I cried so hard. The people that were mad at before were very blown out of proportion, in my opinion. She had a weird take, but people were reacting very disproportionately. Okay. It was a lot of mixed bag. It was like, what I saw was like mixed bag in terms of reactions, but I don't know. I don't know, honestly. So long as she learned from it and grew from it, hopefully she did. So, I don't know. Like I said, I don't have a specific take about her. I just like her content because she does good research. I'm not here to be parasocial about a YouTuber. Those days are behind me. But yeah. Right. Anyway, Dear Zachary. Don't watch that documentary, by the way, if you can't handle specific topics. And if you aren't prepared for the subject matter of it, I'm not going to specifically talk about what Dear Zachary is about in case people want to go in and watch it. But I will say, There is, like, I'll give, like, a trigger warning for, like, murder and child endangerment slash, like, and, like, a murder-suicide. Do you undo the tweet? Okay, I'll look at it later. Thank you, sweetheart. Appreciate it. Love you. But if you can't handle those specific topics, then I don't suggest you watch, Dear Zachary. Because it's a very heavy documentary. And it will make you cry. Unless you don't have a soul. I'm just kidding. Unless it just doesn't get you in that specific way. But the way it's framed and the way it's presented has always fucking killed me. And so every single time I've watched Dear Zachary, without fail, I just bawl my fucking eyes out. And it's said something different every single time I watch it. And this time, I cried at a very specific point after a very intense reveal in it. It just got to me, and I cried so fucking hard, like I said, and I couldn't breathe out of my nose until the next day because it got stuffed up so bad, and my eyes were so puffy. It was, so I got hit with a double whammy. So I cried about the Beatles, and then I cried about a documentary. So, yeah, it was, I'm laughing, but like, yeah. In any case. Okay. Also, I appreciate we're still trying to get on and talk about Lindsay Ellis, goodness, I said Elias. Lindsay Ellis, but also, I kind of want to move away from that. I want to move away from that. Because that's ripe for discourse, and I don't want to engage in that. I've already said, I don't have an opinion about her specifically. I like her content. She does good research. That's all I'm going to say about the topic. So, like, I'm not going to get any further into that, and I don't want to engage in it further in chat. Thank you. That's all I will say. Thank you. I just kind of want to move on. Anyway. Because also, I just don't want to get into the parasociality of fucking Twitch streamers or YouTubers and stuff. Or, like, if I like a person or not. Because I can like or dislike people, but sometimes I'm just there to watch a person's content because they do good research. At the end of the day. Anyway, sorry. I'm gonna move on and talk about... Excuse me. Let me go close my blinds real quick, actually. Because it's getting late and it's already dreary outside. So it's already dark. Let's just close up my blinds. There we go. I've closed up my blinds. Now no one can peek in at me whilst I'm talking to the computer screen and think I'm a madman. I've been doing freaking that accent so much lately. It's not even funny. It's just second nature at this point that I'm just doing a Liverpoolian accent. I'm fully blaming the fact that I've just, like, started mimicking how the Beatles talk because I like how they talk. We've gotten to that point in my freaking hyperfixation where I'm just like, mimicry. Okay. Stop! This is fucking... I'm still thinking about when you said that I did such a good job at doing, like, a pretty good John Lennon impression, and it fucking killed me, and I still think about it. Your Liverpool accent's very good. How the fuck is it? How? I think I sound Irish every time I do it, so I'm just stuck at... Oh no, it's happening. I've just been doing it for fun to myself lately. I just, like, I turn into John Lennon sometimes. Sometimes when I'm doing stuff and I'm just talking to myself and I'm just like, it just slips out. I don't know why. I don't know why it's John specifically. I think it's because... I don't know why it's John. I don't know why it's not like Paul or George or anyone else. It's just John. It's better John than the average person can do, I think. Listen, I've called myself a liar bird for a reason. I literally like mimicking accents. I really like mimicking back what I hear because I like how people talk. And John specifically, I think he's got a very specific voice that I just like for some reason. I don't know. Honestly, love. I can't tell you why it happens. I just start doing it and then I can't stop doing it and now I'm here. I'm just making... See? God. I'm just... Everything I learned about the Beatles is against... John is the most distinct speaking voice out of the four of them. Yeah. Oh my god, the funniest thing ever. Okay, so this is Beatles related. I recently read a nonfiction book called Season of the Witch, How the Occult Saved Rock and Roll, which it was an interesting read. I don't have an opinion about it one way or another. Definitely the author was reaching in a lot of aspects. Was just reaching for something to write about, and I understand a lot of the things they talked about, but a lot of it I was also like, you know, just like, I think you are reaching. But there's one part of it, unexpectedly, they were mentioning the Beatles, and I was like, oh, hey, I should have expected it, because it was rock and roll, but also, it just came out of left field. I was like, oh, hey, it's the Beatles. Also, I know an actual person from Liverpool, and they sound like that, and I have to restrain myself from making Beatles comparisons. That's so fair. But yeah, I just was like, oh, and I had an audiobook. I was listening to the book while reading it, because that also helps me keep pace and get through books a lot faster. So, whilst I was listening to the audiobook and reading, the narrator is British, first of all. Second of all, they came to a quote from John, and he tried so hard to do a Liverpoolian accent to, like, mimic John. It was so bad. It was terrible. I was like, whoa, but that's John. That's your impression of John? Okay, buddy. I think that's a bit of a Why did you even try to mimic him? I don't know. Like, that guy tried to mimic all of the, like, people that were mentioned in the book, and it was very funny. Tried to do Paul, too. It was even funnier. Because he tried to deepen his voice like how he is, and it just didn't work. It was so funny to me. I sat there for, like, 5 minutes with the audiobook paused, so I tried to keep my composure at like 6 in the morning while reading this book and like not burst out laughing and wake everybody in the house up over the fact that this fucking narrator for the audiobook did the worst accent I have ever heard. Like, not to mention he also tried to do like the just most terrible impression of a Middle Eastern person I've ever heard as well. I don't know why he tried to do that, because I think he tried to mimic, like, the Maharishi, and it just was like, no, you didn't need to try to do that one, buddy. I understand the Beatles themselves, but maybe not the Maharishi. Let's not go there. That whole section of the book was mostly talking about, like, Eastern spiritualism, and like its impact on the Beatles, and then like how it widespread through the rest of like bands of that era, and it changed and altered their sound specifically. And it's like, I understand the impact of it, but it's also like, looking back on it now, it's like, yikes. You know what I mean? Because there was a lot of putting a pedestal on like like yogis and like shamans and like people who were spiritual leaders because they were from the Middle East and they supposedly had all this specific hidden knowledge that Western people didn't know, and so they were like gushing about it in that specific way, and it was just really gross to hear about that. So I'm like, I'm glad we're not doing that anymore, because oof, that ranked of like Orientalism, very much so. Woof. There's a difference between appreciating a culture and the practices that come from like spiritualism or any sort of like religious movement that comes within it that is a part of the culture. And then there's just a whole like then there's like, you know, the fetishization of it almost, or like, you know what I mean? That whole thing, I don't need to get into it anymore. That one was just like, woof. I don't think that part of the book just made me uncomfortable. But, yeah, fun read. I thought it was interesting. I do very much cringe at the Orientalism of that era. Oh, it was rampant. God. Oh, God. Oof, the racism. The dual racism and the Orientalism, well, combined it, of course, it's intersecting, but just, like, the very much, like, disgusting behavior toward people from the global south, specifically from the Middle East, and then also, like, being so, like, intensely into Eastern spiritualism is, like, God, anyway, ugh, it's so gross, I hate it, ugh. Any case, that was just like a funny little thing that happened. And then, you know what? Okay. I started a new book today because I just finished that book specifically. Today, I had like a couple pages left, so I finished it. And I didn't get a chance to finish it yesterday because I went and did my interview. I finished that one, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go pick up one of my other books that I have checked out. So I picked up a book, realized it was a sequel on accident, so I was like, well, fuck, okay, I'm gonna go change my book then. And I picked up a book that's called She Begat This, the 20 Years of the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, which is like an album from the lead singer of the Fugees, who she did her solo debut, and it was called The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. And I don't know anything about that album, but I do know of the Fugees, and I know of Lauryn Hill, and I know that that album had like a massive impact in like black culture as well as in general, because that album is so well acclaimed. And so I was like, okay, this is a good book to go pick up and learn more about Lauryn Hill and the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, the album specifically. So I was like, okay, this will be a good book to read. So I start reading it. It's very good so far. I really like it. God, I can't escape the Beatles, no matter how hard I try, even if it's the slightest mention of them, because there was a little portion in that book that mentioned that two of the people in the Fugees, specifically Lauren and one of the other guys, Wycliffe, I think his name was, were like John and Paul, and I was like, oh my God. How is this happening? How did this happen? What do I keep finding things that have the mentions of the Beatles, even if it even in things that are unrelated to them? I was like, what? Huh? I mean, they've been breaching containment. I can't escape them. The people I follow on Tumblr that are not the specific blogs that I follow for Beatles content are posting about the Beatles now and sporadically in like memes and stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, they're breaching containment. And then the next thing I know, my girlfriend sends me she sends me a screenshot of something she saw on Twitter, and it was somebody asking about like a storybook. Hang on, let me find it. There it is. She put in our DMs, why is this recommended to me? And it's somebody on Twitter going, I need some help identifying these characters. Do these two look familiar? My family used to have this weird art book that I think I mistook as a children's book, and these were the two main characters. I think their names were John and Yoko, but I can't be sure. I think there's like an artistic rendition of them. I was like, oh my god, they've breached containment. I was making a joke, but oh my god. Hang on, I'm gonna show you guys the tweet. Because I need to. For my own sanity's sake, because oh my god. Lol, yeah. Look, this is the tweet that she sent me. I just fucking can't believe. I can't believe it. It's happening. It's happening. They're breaching containment into the wider public. I know they're a very popular mainstream band, but I don't see this much Beatles posting in general. What is happening? I don't know. John Lennon. My favorite fictional character. My favorite fictional man that everyone had canons as trans. It's so fucking funny to me personally. I wonder if OP got their fucking answer. That's so funny. Oh my god. They're gonna turn him into a marketable Didn't they do that with Yellow Submarine? I'm pretty sure they made plushies for Yellow Submarine and they turned him into a marketable plushie. Hang on. I think they actually did that. Hold on. I swear I saw oh, they did. I was right. I was right! I was right! I was right! Hold on, I need to show you guys this. Hang on. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Look at them. I'm losing it. What the fuck? The Yellow Submarine era is very funny to me. I still need to watch the movies. I'm so guilty of not watching them. Tag yourself, I'm Ringo. Oh my god. I can't fucking stop looking at them. They're all on different drugs. I mean, you're not wrong. The George Bush looks faded. He does. He really does. Honestly. Oh my god. I'm gonna be so honest. I want one. I want one. I don't know which one I want more. I would suffice with any of them, but I think I especially would want either John or Paul. Maybe Ringo. I like how Ringo looks. He looks like a demon. Oh my god, I'm crying. This shit is so good. I need to make this like a PNG, a transparent PNG, so I can stick them with my plushies that I have hanging around me because they need to be here. Holy shit. Oh my god. Incredible. And I wouldn't have known about this had I not decided to divulge into Beatles shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Christ, dude. Oh, God. This is the best. Why did they make Ringo's eyes so scary? I don't know. I literally said he looks like a demon. I don't know why they made him look like that. I guess I can't fathom why they decided to. Oh my god, I need to calm down. I can't even get my fucking sentences out at this point. Fuck. Oh, I love this. Ringo Starr's my favorite sleep paralysis demon in him is Paint Artist. I forgot about Ringo Starr and Miss Paint. Oh my god. Fuck, I'm choking on my water. Oh my god. You forgot he was an MS Paint artist. One of my favorite things that I ever learned before I was ever really into the Beatles, I used to watch this YouTube channel ages ago, and he brought up a thing that Ringo would do, which is like, I wanted you with peace and love. So, ever since I learned that, I occasionally will just go, I wanted you with peace and love. I don't know why, I just love that so much. Such a good sentence. I wanted you with peace and love. Ringo. It's some of his best work. Yeah, I love it. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, go look up Ringo Starr, like, MS Paint drawings or something. They're incredible. He is an artist. I'm not saying that facetiously, by the way. I mean that with my whole soul. I love Ringo's, fucking MS Paint drawings so much. They're so good. They're so good. I love them. Oh my god. Incredible. Truly an artist of our time. No more fan mail. It's all going straight in the bin. Peace and love. Yeah. Oh, that's so incredibly fair, though. It's all going in the bin. All of it. Oh my god, I wanted you with peace and love. Ringo, my beloved. Oh my, he's just living on vibes at this point, and I don't blame him. God. Anyway. I'm fucking crying. Oh my god. Anyway. I'm such a, like, oh. You know what's so funny about me being into the Beatles this hard is I still haven't watched any of the movies. I still haven't finished the cartoon. I stopped a bit ago and I haven't picked it back up again, which is a shame because I was having a ball with that fucking cartoon, even if it fucking sucked in a lot of portions. Wait, what? Have you seen the video of Paul describing what instrument he would make if he could invent an instrument? No? God, what is wrong with him? I mean, Christ, I say that about all of them, but like, what? I did not know he did that, but that's also such a Paul thing to do and say. God. Have you developed any more opinions on their music? LOL, I have. Because, okay, so Leah, my good friend, my good moderator friend, Leah here, made me a playlist after last stream of Beatles music that they enjoy. I'll also do that video after stream. It's fucking hilarious. I want to see it. I need to for my soul. So yeah, they made me a playlist of a bunch of different songs that they enjoy from the Beatles. And from, like, varying different albums. But the majority of it is from the White Album, which is fair. But, like, honestly, excuse me, so many of those songs are bangers. Oh my god, so many of them are bangers. But I will have to say that I have developed some favorites from the playlist. Like, I'll listen to it all the way through, and I have been listening to it, like, all the way through as I've been doing, like, job searches and stuff for, like, encouragement, because so many of their songs are upbeat, even if they're depressing as hell. But, I will say I have developed some favorites that I get super excited for whenever they pop up on the playlist, which are, if I'm looking through this correctly, let's see. In My Life is very good. I love In My Life. I love it. Very good. Rubber Soul is, all the songs I've heard so far from Rubber Soul are just very good. Eleanor Rigby. I cannot tell you how many times I've just out loud to myself when I've been sad been like, save me, Eleanor Rigby, save me. And I just pop on Eleanor Rigby and I'm fine. I don't know what it is about that song, but it's weirdly soothing if it is, even though it's incredibly depressing. I love that song so much. A Day in the Life, I mean, I already knew I liked that song because I'd heard it before, but also it is just such a funny song to me, even if it is a bit distressing at parts because of how the music swells in some portions, like before Paul's part of it starts, and then when it gets to like the very end and it does that scatter thing and the record skipping thing that it does. It's also just very funny. Occasionally I'll just out loud to myself also just go, I read the news today, oh boy. Just for no reason. Because I like how he says it. In My Life is a perfect song in my opinion. It does everything right. It's a very good song. I like it a lot. Of course, I also really like While My Guitar Gently Weeps. That's always just gonna be a banger. Like, George, I don't know what you were doing to make that song so good, but, like, bless you. Banger. What else? Norwegian Wood. Look, I get the song and what it's about. And it's, like, oh, Jesus Christ, when you listen to it, but, like, also... I once heard a girl, or should I say, she once heard me. I love that one too. I've listened to that too many times. Too many times. I know it's about burning down a girl's house because she wouldn't sleep with you, but like, listen, it's catchy. Excuse me, God. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Every time I hear it start, I'm just like, oh, bless. Like, I just get so happy. I get so happy about so many of these songs if I can just start playing. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. I love that song. For the orchestral bits of A Day in the Life, the only direction the musicians were given was go from the lowest to the highest point on your instruments at whatever speed you want, and it sounds so wacky, yeah. Will we get drawings today? Maybe. I don't know. We'll just have to see how I feel. Because I am in a bit of a more chatty mood than I am in a drawing mood, so, but we'll... Excuse me. We'll just have to see how I feel. No expectations, please. That puts pressure on me, and I don't like it. This is just a hangout stream. Let's see. Anyway, I lost track of what I was doing. Oh. Something is, like, any song that has George on it is just, like, the only one that I guess I'm not too fond of that has, like, George is the main one that made the song is Savoy Truffle. Like, look, it's okay, but I'm not particularly majorly fond of it, but I think it's pretty good still. But in any case, Something? Oh my god. I could say so much about all of these songs, but yeah. Norwegian Wood and Eleanor Rigby are both songs I use frequently to teach writing and arranging techniques as well. Very well composed. My favorite acid anthem. Yeah, I didn't realize that was about acid till, like, way late. Oopsie poopsie. Hello, welcome. I'm talking about the Beatles. Welcome to Hyperfixation Hell. Let It Be is also really good. Oh, Jesus. What is my most favorite, I would say? Okay, so I have, like, two absolute favorite... No, three. George never misses. He does not. I think I have, like, three absolute favorites from this specific set that you gave me, which are Blackbird, Rocky Raccoon, and Across the Universe, but specifically the World Wildlife Fund version. Those three are very, very good. Like, all of these songs are good. I'm not saying none of them are, like, my least favorite. I guess I would say I'm not a huge fan of, like, Everybody's got something to hide except me and my monkey, and birthday, and, oh geez, what was the other one I said? I already forgot. It was another one, I can't remember it, but I'm not the hugest fan. Oh, Savoy Truffle. Like, I'm not a huge fan of those ones, but, like, all the rest are pretty good, I would say. Mostly nostalgic reasons. We played it 24/7 when I was, like, 7 or 8. That's totally fair. Blackbird's another amazing perfect. Oh my god, I love Blackbird. It's like probably my most favorite out of this whole thing. It's probably my top favorite Beatles song at the moment, other than Yesterday or I Follow the Sun. Oh my god. I listened to the Beyonce version of it too, because I know she covered it. And I think it's just so perfect, especially with like, excuse me. It's especially perfect with what the song specifically means. It's just such a... it's so good. Sorry. Dominic, the reason you're being timed out is because you're saying, like either inappropriate or really not nice things. It's not because you're talking too much. It's because of that. So please be respectful of the mods. There is probably a specific reason why you're getting timed out or your message is deleted. Thank you. In any case, oh my god, I love Blackbird. Like, every single time I play Blackbird, I like, hi, welcome in. I'm talking about the Beatles. Sorry, I'm in hyperfixation hell, so I just have to talk about them. Sorry. Every single time I play Blackbird, I pat along to the beat because I like it so much. Like, I want to keep up the tempo with, like, Paul's foot. I think it's Paul's foot doing the tap. But I love it so much. Oh my god. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arise. Oh my god! It's so good! That song, by the way, I shuffled my this playlist before I did my interview, and like the first song that played was like Dear Prudence, and like sure, I like that song, but I didn't want to hear it in that moment. And the next song that like came on after that was Blackbird, so I'm like, oh my god, everything's gonna be okay, because Blackbird is playing. I got really happy. Birthday's in there because I think it's really funny. That's totally fair. I think I've heard Birthday before, but I'm just like, I'm ambivalent to it. It's okay, but also, you know, it's a weird song. Oh, Your Blues too is also pretty good. I'm so lonely, wanna die. Me too. Me too. Weirdly relatable moment listening to that song's opening lines is like, oh yeah, me too, buddy. I just also really like Rocky Raccoon because it's Paul putting on his best fake American country accent and making this like folk tale from trying to like originate it from the South, and it sounds incredible. But it's also very funny to me, especially having someone like a parent be from the South, and I know what Southern accents sound like. It's just very funny. And hear a British person mimic a country accent. Excuse me, God. But in any case, I just love. This playlist is so good to put on. Oh, especially like, why do I feel tired even though I got a lot of sleep? It happens. You know, I have chronic exhaustion, so there's so much I could say about a lot of these songs, honestly, that are on here. Sometimes I just, like, say the first line of the songs out loud when I'm bored. It's also really funny. Your Blues is great. I love the tempo changes at the end. I also love how it's, like, the closest John actually gets to screaming in a Beatles song. Yeah. Wanna die! There's so many good opening lines in so many of these songs that just I love repeating out loud sometimes. Quite fond of Mother Nature's Son. Mother Nature's Son is also very good. Oh my god, I love Mother Nature's Son. I also get really emotional when I'm 64 plays. Oh my god. What else? I'm looking through. I'm the Walrus. Oh my god. That one. I know which song they dropped a lot of LSD and acid on to make. Clearly. They're making Look, I know it's inspired by Alice in Wonderland. I get it. There's a lot of like songs in the Beatles catalog that just have a lot of references to Alice in Wonderland because it was a very clear inspiration to, I think it was John. But I can tell which one is the one they were very high on and doing. And it is I Am the Walrus. I am the Eggman. You are the Eggman. I am the Walrus. Goo goo gajoob. I am I love that song. I love that song. So funny. I love it too bad. Excuse me. It is so good. I love I Am the Walrus. I am that song's #1 defender. That's totally fair. I mean, it's a good song, but I can't get past how funny it is. So I just end up laughing every single time I hear it come on the shuffle. It's very good. Goo goo gajoo. Speak your truth, John. He really did. God, he was speaking from the soul and also through the acid. Sorry. Magical Mystery Tour is such a funny album to me because you got such good songs like Strawberry Fields Forever and Penny Lane, and then you have such songs like I Am the Walrus, and you're like, wow, this is such a whiplash of an album. I love that. I still need to watch the movies. Good God, I need to watch Magical Mystery Tour so bad it hurts. Also just incredibly funny to me because every single time I think of Magical Mystery Tour, I want to add bus at the end of it, so it's Magical Mystery Tour bus. I don't know why. I don't know why. I just have the impulse to want to do that, but I do, and it's very funny. Although, one thing I really am sad about is that they didn't do a movie for Sgt. Pepper's. Oh my god. I haven't even listened to the whole album for any of these. Any Beatles album all the way through. I'm not. I just love picking random songs from it, which is a cardinal sin when it comes to, like, Sgt. Pepper's. But honestly, I wish they had done a movie for Sgt. Pepper's. That album would have made for an incredible movie. I swear, if Unity just froze up on me while I was beginning sobbing uncontrollably while eating Powerpuff Popsicle. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope that Unity unfreezes for you, or it didn't freeze at all. I'm sorry about that. Oh, yay, let's go. Awesome. Let's see, but yes. I wish they did a movie for Sgt. Pepper's. I would have killed to see that. God. I understand why they didn't do that. Especially because the album itself, as far as I'm aware, you like, listen to it all the way through, and it, like, is supposed to be, like, a live performance. Like, as if you were at a concert. But what I wouldn't have given for them to do a movie, especially in their Sgt. Pepper outfits. Oh my god. That would have been so good. Especially, like, the music videos that came out from that. Oh, my God. I think I said this before, but Sgt. Pepper's is the best enjoyed album, best enjoyed as an album front to back, even though it has Fixing a Hole on it, and I hate that song. Oh, dear. and yeah, I understand why it is that way, but also, listen, I'm a simple man. I just want a movie with them in their silly little outfits that they wore for Sgt. Pepper's. Okay? What I wouldn't have given for that to be a thing. But you know what? We were blessed with Magical Mystery Tour instead, and that's just as good. I say as if I've seen it. I haven't. I haven't watched a single one of the movies, and I am shaming myself every day for it, but also I'm doing it to elongate the hyperfixation even longer. Because, honestly, I think this is the, like, well, I haven't, no, this isn't even the longest I've been into a band, because I got hyperfixated on Ghost, and I was into Ghost for, like, God, I started in, like, late December, and it ended in April, so it's like, so like 5 months I was into Ghost. Okay, listen, I need to take a detour for a second to tell you guys why, like, okay. We'll talk about the Beatles, we'll circle back to the Beatles again, because there's some shit I didn't tell you guys before last stream that I just want to talk about, but, pertaining to the Beatles, but, I'm so sorry, by the way, this is just hyperfixation the stream. But, so, I've told you guys this a lot before, but I was majorly into Ghost. You can see, like, my little character has a Ghost shirt on. But, I was majorly into Ghost for ages. I listened to every single album. I own 2 of their albums. I think I own Infestisumum, and I own... What, hang on. What other one do I own? Hang on. Oh, crap. Meliora. I own Meliora and I own Infestisumum, which are, like, their best albums, in my opinion. Oh, I do that too. I make, like, a little squeak noise when I drop something. But, like, in any case, I listened to every single album they put out. I mean that, too. Every single one. Because it was just, like, I need to consume their music. I haven't listened to, like, the soundtrack for Right Here, Right Now, which is, like, I haven't even seen Right Here, Right Now, and I don't have the energy to do that, but, okay. I ended up on, like, the Ghost side of Tumblr, because, like, that's just how it is. When I want to engage with the fandom, I usually do it through Tumblr, because it makes my life easier, but, that was the biggest mistake I think I made, and that eventually was the reason why it led to me dropping out of enjoying Ghost as much as I did, and I'm just a casual enjoyer now. Meliora is the one I like a lot. That's totally fair. I'm honestly, I think I was only partial to Meliora because I was really into fucking Terzo, but like, Infestisumum's, like, grown on me over the ages now, and I'm more, like, a Secondo enjoyer. But, anyway, that was the reason why I, like, that fandom was the reason I dropped out of really liking them as much as I did, and now I'm just, like, the most casual enjoyer that I could possibly be, even though I know so much Ghost lore, it hurts. Because the fandom there, the side of it that I interacted with, oh my god. I ended up with all the, like, late 20s, early 30s, even, like, early 40s women, which is, like, no push, like, I don't have any thing against them, specifically. It's not, like, the age, God, break. It's not the age bracket, specifically. It's not that. You know, I'm not being ageist or whatever. I just ended up in that specific group, and those people are the horniest group of people I've ever met in my life. They would write smut constantly. Fandoms can run a lot of good things. Yeah. They wrote smut constantly, and I just was, like, exposed to it a lot, and it just made me majorly uncomfortable. But what ended up happening is because I wanted to get involved in the scene, and so I like to write fan fiction occasionally. I dabble in it, if you will. Do you like knitting? I used to do knitting. I used to knit a lot when I was younger. I don't do it so much anymore. But I used to. Anyway, sorry. But yeah, they were horny. So I got involved and I wrote a lot of fan fiction for that specific side of Tumblr. And I was getting a lot of attention. I think I had over 100, close to 200 followers when I was on there because of my writing, because people were really enjoying my writing, and they would let me know quite often, and the incident happened. That is in April, and that is what made me, like, hardline cut them off. experienced the exact same thing in the Boy Genius fandom, and I was like, you know these are real people, right? Yeah. I get it with Ghost because it's like characters that he's playing of the Papas, so there's like a disconnect there. I get that, but it was also just uncomfortable because of just like the things that were being done. The actions, I will say, that were being done was what made me uncomfortable, not the semantics of it specifically. I was just like, yeah, okay. Alright, I just kind of want to listen to their music and indulge in the lore. You know, just watch like funny little concert videos like of Terzo going like, oh, there's a hole in my shoe. Shit like that. But like then the incident happened in April, which okay. So April came around and that's when Ghost released this cover album of like rock songs they did covers of. They did like a lot of covers from mainly rock musicians. I know one of them they did was Black Sabbath, but the one that they released in a music video for, and they had a whole little promotion thing for it where they had, it was like, oh God, 3 a.m. they had a live stream of this man, this preacher man, taking calls on a hotline or whatever, and it was like building up to this music video for their cover of Jesus He Knows Me from Genesis, which is very good. They did a very good job with that cover. I did like it, but I'm still more partial to the Genesis version of that song, but I digress. But that preacher man was in the music video, and the music video itself is scandalous, by the way. If you are under 18, do not watch that music video, please. I know that there are a lot of minors in my chat, and this is what I mean here. Do not watch that music video. If you are taking any interest in Ghost, go listen to their music. I like their music a lot, and I think you will enjoy them too if you vibe with a lot of the musicians that I like. You go listen to their music and go watch their music videos, but when it comes to Jesus He Knows Me's music video, do not watch it if you are under 18. There is a lot of explicit content in there that I would not want you to be exposed to until you are at least 18. So don't. Like, I can't monitor you, I can't control what you do, but I am saying this from the bottom of my heart. Do not watch that music video if you're under 18. Please, good gracious. Because I'll say what's in it, so you don't have to go watch it, so you understand what I mean when I say, good gracious, do not watch it if you're under 18. So, this preacher man, of course, it's like showing the dichotomy of this preacher man and showing how corrupt he actually is, and like how he can be this like man of God in front of all of his like, all the people that he preaches to every day. The Jesus in the title is very misleading. Yeah. It's showing the dichotomy of him, like, the Iron Maiden cover. I haven't listened to the others. The Iron Maiden cover is also a banger. It's very good. But, yeah, the music video. So, he's preaching to everyone of the day, but then when it gets to be nighttime, he gets in this, like, luxury car, and he has a whole bunch of women with him, and he's doing these illicit drugs, and he gives a woman a clothing hanger to, like, imply that she has to have an abortion. And then I will never understand the creator of Ghost's brain. Tobias, I don't get your brain, but okay. There's in a sequence where the guy eventually pulls up to, I don't even know what room this is. It's just a blank room, and there's a group of hockey players. It's a circle jerk. And it gets in his hair, and he uses it as hair gel, and then he goes immediately to go do his preachings the next morning without even a break. It is it is age restricted. So there you go. It's very explicit. And what I've detailed there is just like the tip of the iceberg. But it's a very good song. It very much is a song that talks about preachers and like, those that lead churches that tend to be misleading to the people they are preaching to, and like, you know, saying they're gonna sell you God as opposed to like they're gonna help you find God, or they're you know, doing a bunch of things behind their wife's back, because there's literally a line in that song that's like, oh God, hang on, I need to remember something about the man I saw last night. Jesus, he knows me, and he knows I'm right. I've been talking to Jesus all my life. Oh, yeah. I believe in the family with my ever-loving wife beside me, but she doesn't know about my girlfriend or the man I met last night. He's having a bisexual affair with a woman and a man. Which... In any case, he's being unfaithful to his wife, and he's doing a whole bunch of shit, and he's taking money from the church and saying it's going to the church, but in reality it's going in his own pocket so that he can fuel his drug binges and shit. So, yes, that music video dropped, and a lot of people liked the preacher in it, and of course they were writing fanfiction about it, but then a whole bunch of just unnecessary stupid discourse started, and it just drove me batshit. They were arguing the semantics of the preacher being bisexual because he showed interest in men, and there's a line about you know, he doesn't know about my girlfriend or the man I met last night, and like, is it problematic or whatever, and it's like, they were getting so uppity about it. They were starting to control other people and what they could and couldn't write. And it got even worse because then they brought Terzo into it, because a lot of people headcanon Terzo as being bisexual because of the He Is music video, because a lot of people interpret that music video in a very bisexual manner, and I don't blame them. But then people started, oh my god, they were like, he can't be bisexual because he's emulating Jim Jones, and then I was like, oh my god, it just made me want to fucking pull my hair out. I got so fucking tired of it, and I just was like, I quit. I just threw down my fucking hat and I went, okay, so is this how you want to be? Okay, we're moving on. I'm leaving. Bye. I imagine something like that would be a nightmare for horny fandom circles. Oh my god. The semantics of it all was just bothersome, because I guarantee you, like, yes, there have been discussions, and there are still continuing discussions of what is good and not good bisexual representation, where it's actually harmful to bisexual people versus, like, this is a person that's just so happens to be bisexual. Like, those are good conversations to have, but at the end of the day, like, it's a music video. If people want to headcanon that guy is bisexual, who gives a fuck? That's messed up. Yeah. God. It's like, who cares? It's just really rounded out to, like, who cares? Why would they bring other people into it? Oh, no, they didn't bring, like, well, it was just a war, like a fandom war, but, like, when I say brought Terzo into it, I mean, like, another character. Terzo is one of the papas. There's like 4 papas currently. There's, like, oh, what is his name? What's the one that came before? I'll have to think of it in a minute. I was super into 9 Inch Nails as a teenager, and a lot of their music videos from the 90s are super fucked up. So I am unsurprised by most explicit music videos now, since I polluted my brain. Yeah, like... I mean, I didn't get into 9 Inch Nails until I saw them on Twin Peaks, but, like, I know of their music videos, and I know how, like, scandalous, quote-unquote, they are, so, like, it just, like, doesn't bother me. When I saw the Jesus He Knows Me music video, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I'm bisexual. Yeah. And, like, bisexual people are valid, honestly. But also, people shouldn't be talking over bisexual people. There were so many non-bisexual people throwing in opinions, and it was just, like, a mess. I'm trying to remember what the papas' names were. Hang on. I know the ones after, but I can't remember the first one. My good friend. What was your name? Yes, I know he was the first one. What was your name? Oh my god. You know what? I gotta do the unthinkable. I gotta log back into my AO3. Hang on, everybody. Stick with me a second. I still have the password and shit saved to it. Hold on. What was your name? Primo. My god. There we go. I got it. We're good. Primo. So it's primo, secondo, terzo, and the current one. I'm already forgetting his name again. Fuck. Shows how much I care about that one. What was your name, sir? What was your name? Copia. I got it. I'm so disconnected. I could have named them earlier on if I was still into them, but like, oh, I lost it all. Yep. I got it. We're good. Trent Reznor literally made a fake snuff film to tie into his industrial metal album. Yeah! That was, Broken. The Broken album. He did, like, 4 music videos that made it into, like, a singular film. I watched a video about that. Those music videos were interesting. I think they're pretty good, though. I liked them, from what little I saw. But yeah, he literally made, like, a fake snuff film that so many people thought was real. Or no, they were worried that it was going to be perceived as real, so they never really released it, and then it eventually did get released. And it's getting the flowers it deserves now. But yeah, anyway, that's why I left the Ghost fandom. It's just because it's stupid. Of course, it always boils down to fucking bisexual discourse. People love to argue about bisexual people's, like, existence. And, like, argue over bisexual people, and it's so cumbersome. It's just like, can you just chill out for a minute? Gracious. If somebody wants to headcanon a character is bisexual, let them. Does, like, gracious. It's, oh my god. Just let people exist, please. It is harmless to say that the preacher in the music video for Jesus He Knows Me is bisexual, much like it is harmless to say that Terzo is bisexual. I'm still of the belief that Terzo is bisexual. You can't rip that away from me. I'm gonna hold on to that forever in my grubby little mitts. I learned that early on, and I've never gotten rid of it since. Ugh. Gracious. My throat is dying. The one for happiness is slavery is the most distressing one. The rest of them are more like implications of scandalous activities. Yeah. That one, I think, was the one that went, like, tipped it over the edge. They were like, I don't know if we can release this. I think, from what I remember. Yeah. Anyway, listen to 9 Inch Nails, too. If you guys want some good music from, like, the 90s of a specific kind, listen to 9 Inch Nails. I love 9 Inch Nails. I don't listen to them very often, but I've only listened to, like, I think 2 songs from 9 Inch Nails. But, like, look, that's a trend with me. I'll listen to an artist, and I'll listen to, like, 2 songs from them, and I'll be like, yeah, hell yeah, that's incredible. Listen to all of their music, and I'll give recommendations out, even though I've listened to, like, 1 or 2 songs. That's my weird trait that I am, like... unless I'm majorly into them, like with Ghost or with the Beatles, which is such a funny dichotomy of bands for me to get hyperfixated on. Ghost versus the Beatles. Ghost was also mentioned in the book that I read, by the way, Season of the Witch, like toward the very end, and I was like, oh my god. This was like, it was written in 2014, so this was like when Secondo was still Papa. They hadn't gotten to Terzo yet. Or Copia. Which is, yeah. I hyperfixated on 9 Inch Nails when I was like 14, so I have lots of knowledge rattling around in my brain. That's totally fair. I'm not usually one to get hyperfixated on bands, but something clicked in my brain with Ghost, and something's clicked in my brain with the Beatles, and I can't explain to you what. Like, With Ghost, I can pinpoint it as being like, I'm very interested in their lore, and the music was very great, and it just like had a very cinematic element to it, with like the characters and the backstory of like the satanic church and them doing rituals, and then they'll kill off a papa if they don't accomplish the mission properly, and they just keep replacing them and just adding on papas as time goes on, because they're not spreading the word well enough. But yeah, I don't know what it is about the Beatles. Something happened, and now I'm here. The Downward Spiral is a very good album, but very distressing. Like, massive trigger warning if you're sensitive to these depictions. Just distressing imagery. Yeah. Yeah, take care, my friends, when you're listening to music. Sometimes it can distress you because of the subject matter. Like, I told you guys, I think, last stream about Hamburger Lady. That one was like, oh my god. I only listened to it twice, and then I never listened to it again because it still freaks me the fuck out whenever I think about it. That one's a hard, I can't recommend that one because it is just like, it's very visceral to me specifically. There's like one other song. I think it's Daddy by Korn is the other one that I've only listened to like once or twice, but that one was... I understand why that one's distressing. Like, Hamburger Lady's distressing because of how it's mixed and the, like, imagery it evokes with it. But, like, Daddy by Korn, and very specifically, is, like, a song that has a purpose behind it, and it's distressing because of the subject matter of it, and also because of how the singer eventually, like, breaks down toward the end of the song. Oh my god, that song. Well, I think about Daddy by Korn occasionally, and I just like... I'm making a beanie out of wool that I finger knitted. Oh, that's nice. It's really good. I hope you have fun with that. Knitting is very fun. I've never done finger knitting, but I've heard it's very soothing. I haven't had that with music so much, but there's lots of movies that I think are very good but never want to see again. You know what? Okay, we'll transition out of music because there's only so much I can talk about. Actually, we can circle back to it. I don't mind. We're going everywhere. The stream is just the everywhere stream. I'll circle into movies because, yeah, there are movies that I've seen that I don't want to watch again, and I think the biggest one for me when it comes to movies that I cannot bring myself to rewatch, even if I've seen them a couple of times, is, one of them was Mysterious Skin. God. I showed that movie to a friend of mine once. A friend at the time. Once. And she had me stop it before the end because it was very distressing because of, like, the specific portion of the movie that I'm not gonna say, but if you know, you know. But I cannot bring myself. And I think that was pre my assault. So watching it now would just be like, yeah, no, I can't. One of my friends made a mashup of Freak on a Leash by Korn and Never Meant by American Football because they're in the same key, and it's very, very funny to me. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I can't, but yeah, I can't rewatch Mysterious Skin. I can't. That, yeah. Nope. Nope. Can't. Nope. You have more knowledge in niche films than I do, so my picks will be basic. Liz, I'm all over the map when it comes to movies. I watch so many movies. It's incredibly interesting. Like, I watch a lot of interesting movies, I guess. I don't know. I feel like a lot of the movies I watch are mainstream, and then people are like, I've never heard of that before, and I'm like, oh. Then it's mainstream on Tumblr. Because I heard a lot about... Well, no, I heard Mysterious Skin from a person I used to watch that did movie reviews, and he said it was a very good movie. And I was like, oh, okay. And it's a Greg Araki film, and I've seen at least one other Greg Araki film, which I really liked, which was The Doom Generation, but I don't think you guys should watch that one. That one, first of all, photosensitive, epilepsy, warning for Doom Generation. If you are prone to seizures from flashing lights, do not watch the Doom Generation, especially toward the very end of it. There are heavy flashing lights in that movie, and I would not recommend that because you will get a seizure triggered if you watch it. So don't watch that one. But even if for people who don't have photosensitive epilepsy, it's still an intense portion of the movie, so it's best to just go in with caution. It's an intense movie as a whole, I would say. But also, unexpected polyamory. I liked it. It's very rare you see polyamory in a movie that's not eventually broken up into like a horrible love triangle or love angle. I hadn't heard of most of the movies you talked about on the movie review stream. I'd only seen Lake Mungo, I think, LOL. Well, hey, I didn't hear about a lot of the movies that I picked out for the stream either. I think the only ones I had heard about were like Lake Mungo and Sleepaway Camp and Butcher Baker Nightmare Maker. But that's probably because I watched Dead Meat. So yeah, the rest of them I didn't know about either. I just knew the directors mostly. But Gregoraki, watch Gregoraki films, please. He's queer, by the way. He's a queer filmmaker. He's a gay filmmaker, and I think one of the lead actors in the movies that shows up frequently is also gay. He makes gay movies for gay people, and it's great. I love Gregoraki. But the only movie I would say definitively that you should not watch from Gregoraki is Mysterious Skin because of the subject matter and how very explicit it is about it. It's very in your face. It doesn't pull any punches, especially because I think it's based on a novel of the same name. So it's like, yeah, just take caution. If you want to watch it, I can't stop you, but just know that you're going in, like, I'll give trigger warnings, I guess, for Mysterious Skin if you really, really want to watch it. Trigger warnings for, like, child sexual abuse, molestation, child rape, a very explicit rape scene, and there's a lot of sex in that movie, too, just because the main character, one of the main characters, is a hustler, a sex worker, a male sex worker, so just a lot of violence too. Just heed my warnings. It's very explicit, and when I say that, I'm not meaning that lightly. All the movies I've seen in theaters recently I've enjoyed a lot. I watched Cuckoo recently and I thought it was really good. I really want to see Cuckoo. I've heard pretty good things about it, and I think it's Hunter Schafer is in that one. And it's one of her first roles outside of Euphoria, and I really kind of want to see it. I also saw the new Alien, the movie, the other night. I thought it was mostly good. I haven't seen any of the Alien movies. I've kind of wanted to watch the first one for a long time, but I've just never gone around to it. I don't know. But I haven't seen any of the newer movies that have come out. I'm going backwards, obviously, because I'm in a weird space where I only want to consume older content right now, especially like music or movies. I just want to watch older movies and stuff because I love a specific era. But yeah. What else? What can I say? What's another movie that I think I shouldn't you should not watch? Mysterious Skin is always gonna be that one that I say, yeah, do not watch that one because of its subject matter. I'm trying to think of like disturbing movies that I have seen, not movies that I know of, but ones I've personally seen. God. Don't mind me scrolling through my letterboxd real quick, trying to parse out movies that I think are disturbing. I don't watch a lot of disturbing movies. Crap, I really don't watch a lot of disturbing movies. Yeah, I think that's the only one I think I can definitively maybe say that you shouldn't watch. I mean, there's ones that I say are bad, you shouldn't watch, obviously, but like, that one in terms of disturbing matter? Oh, Blue Velvet. Duh. Don't watch Blue Velvet. If you can't handle that kind of subject matter. That one's very, very disturbing. Twin Peaks, too. Mostly Firewalk with Me. That one. If you've seen Twin Peaks and you're interested in watching Firewalk with Me, you should watch it because it's very pivotal to understanding Laura Palmer's character. But also that one. Oh, Jesus. Hunter, let's see. Hunter Schafer's performance is the best part of it, I think. That's good. I love the original Alien. Awesome. I've disliked most of the sequels, but the one that just came out I thought was taking it back to the formula, and I like that about it. That's good. You made me die in FNAF Into the Pit. How could you make me do this, man? Hey, look. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were playing FNAF. My bad. I didn't know you were encountering Freddy Babs Bear. Well, I think the reason you're watching those specific kinds of movies is because you're young. You'll get to a point where you want to explore more outside of the realm of those specific company movies, I guess. But you know me, I'm like 24, so of course I'm gonna be over here like, I'm watching this movie. Oh, you know what? This is a hit or miss movie, but it just depends. But Doubt. Doubt's a very good movie, but dude, there's this. It's a distressing movie because it can stress you out based on like the way that it's presented and the subject matter that comes with it, and it has you speculating the whole time. God, me and my girlfriend watched it a while back, and I still think about it here and there, and like our discussion that we had about it, because it's such a But honestly, though, it's not explicit, of course, but like the implications that come with it is just like a bit like whoa. But I would still recommend Doubt. It is very good. I loved it. The cinematography was incredible. The performances in it. It's got Philip Seymour Hoffman, Amy Adams, and Meryl Streep. God, I forgot her name for a second. Jesus. Meryl Streep. 3 big powerhouse performers. Well, I would argue Meryl Streep and Philip Seymour Hoffman more than Amy Adams, but they still can hold their fucking footing down. Damn, dude. That movie was so good. I loved Doubt very much. Watch it, please, if you want to. Not gonna force you, but still very good. I don't really ever want to see Blue Velvet again. I had to rewatch it last fall for school and it was unpleasant, lol. I mean, I watched it on my own volition twice now. I watched it once with my parents, which was a mistake because there's a lot of sex scenes in it. And then second time I watched it again, and it's like, it's heavy. And there's stuff that's cut out from it that's even like heavier, and like, oh, I'm so glad they didn't put half the shit that they filmed in the movie. Christ. I know so much. I have a mutual on Tumblr, who's hyper fixated on Blue Velvet, so I know a lot about Blue Velvet from that specific mutual, but I digress. I've never seen Doubt, but I think Philip Seymour Hoffman is good in everything, so that is enough incentive to check it out. Dude. Honestly, Leah, I think you would like Doubt. Based on what I know of, if you like Synecdoche, New York, you would like Doubt. It's very good. It's very detailed. And also, it was originally a play, and the person who made the play is the director for the movie. So his creative integrity isn't cut in the slightest when it comes to the movie form of it. It's incredible. Viola Davis is in it too. Oh my god, I just about forgot about her. She's not in it for very long, but she does. Oh my god, Viola Davis is so good in that movie. God. Mwah. Anyway, watch Out. It's a good movie. Sorry. Movie talk. I'm just like doling out recommendations because I got so many. I wrote a paper about the use of popular music in horror media, and Blue Velvet had some songs in it. That's why I had to watch it. That's true, because it's got the Roy Orbison song in it, and then that, She wore blue velvet, bluer than velvet were her eyes. My singing voice is fucked because I laughed so much earlier, but can't remember who sang that song, but I'm pretty sure that song is the reason why it's called Blue Velvet. Anyway. Also, that movie introduced me to Roy Orbison because In Dreams is such a good song. That whole album, In Dreams, is incredible. I've listened to that whole thing. So many bangers on that one. But my favorite from that album, personally, is Shadaroba. But Lonely Wine and House Without Windows and Blue Bayou and Sunset? It's Sunset. Is it Sunset or Sunsets? I think it's Sunset. It's so good. There's another one on there that I can't remember. Just listen to Roy Orbison. He's got an incredible voice, dude. 60s era music, but like, dude, it's worth it. It's worth it, honestly. Roy Orbison, he's got a voice. He was also friends with the Beatles. I didn't know that. They like backed. Like, they performed the, like, headline for him, I think, in a couple of, tours. They, like, performed with him, I'm pretty sure. But they were friends with him, and they called him a Yankee a couple of times. That was some weird, interesting lore that I figured out. Like, I'm not yet done talking about movies, but, like, there you go, random bit of lore. Also, another bit of random lore I learned, too. Peggy Lipton... pretty sure dated one of the Beatles, and that fucking blew my mind. I was like, Peggy Lipton! Don't know who I'm talking about. Norma Jennings from Twin Peaks? Her? Yeah, she dated one of the Beatles. I'm pretty sure it was Paul, but, like, God, I was just like, Peggy Lipton! When I learned that, I was like, Miss Norma herself? I was gobsmacked. I was like, what? Holy shit, my worlds are colliding! I mean, that's several years, like several decades before she eventually went on to do Twin Peaks, but like, I was like, oh my god! I'm sorry. I remember being at a social function at some point in high school and we were watching Mission Impossible 3, and every time Philip Seymour Hoffman was on screen, I said he was giving a 10 out of 10 performance in a 3 out of 10 film. He was one of those one-of-a-kind actors, honestly. You just get one of those guys every so often, and they, like, put their whole life into their performances, and you can see it, just like, God. He's so good in so many of the roles that he... Dude, Happiness? Oh, that's the other one that I... Don't watch Happiness, please. That movie was a lot. It was very disturbing, too. But Philip Seymour Hoffman was in Happiness, and he did... Oh my god, his performance made me sick to my stomach because of how believable he was. Gracious. But he was very good. And also, Laura Flynn Boyle was in it, too, and I was just like, Donna? Donna? my girl Donna Hayward? What are you doing here? Excuse me, goodness. Caught me off guard, like when I learned Peggy Lipton dated one of the Beatles. I was just like, well, I learned about Laura before I learned about Peggy, but like, you know what I mean. I was just like, especially because I think it was at that time that I was just finishing up. Either I was in watching Twin Peaks, doing my rewatch of Twin Peaks still, or I was just finishing up with it, but like, God, I was just like, Laura Flynn Boyle! Oh, Happiness, oh dear, never want to see that again. I watched it with my girlfriend, and we both were like, what the fuck is this? Oh, we were both, like, having a terrible time. Like, I get what the point of it was, but it also, like... Yeah, it was a lot. What was it? During English class, I had to read a news article about AI or something, making a song by the Beatles, but I can't remember what it was called. Oh, I don't doubt that. Like... Freaking AI needs to be reined in. It's destroying the planet and like fucking... God, they're doing it. They're using it to make a Beatles song. It's like, bitch, the Beatles have been broken up for years. Why? Like, why would you want to do that? Fucking John Lennon is rolling in his grave. No, John Lennon and George are rolling in their graves. Like, what is this garbage? What do you mean that you're replicating my voice without my permission? How fucking dare you? How dare you? I can just fucking hear the rant he could go on about that. Either, I don't know. But I love seeing memes online of people being like, rest in peace, John Lennon, you would have loved, and then blank. One of my favorite ones was like, rest in peace, John Lennon, you would have loved ranting on Twitter, getting suspended, making a new account, ranting on Twitter. Oh my god. Oh, my brother just laughed about it. Yeah. God, AI. The Beatles put out a tune recently based off of one of John's demos, and they used AI to clean up the white noise, which is like how AI should be used, in my opinion, instead of actually having it make stuff. Yeah, that was Now and Then, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure. I think it was Now and Then, that one. That was the song that they used. That's perfectly fine, because that is what AI should be used for, which is to, like, clean up audio or actually do useful tech stuff instead of, like, creating images stolen from other artists or deep faking nudes of celebrities or random people or other useless bullshit that's ruining the environment. Christ, dude. Any case, excuse me. I know John Stritter would have been insane. Yeah. He would have been on so many fucking rants. Oh my god. He would have... I can see it in my head. It's so potent what his Twitter would have looked like. It's incredible. He would have 100% posted. Oh, certainly. It's like a half and half. Either he would have posted really good tweets, or he would have been off the deep end. Yeah. Yeah, AI should be used to help, not to create, yeah. Yeah, like AI used debug problems. Yeah, that's totally fair. You know? Anyway, I'm just laughing thinking about John Lennon's Twitter. I mean, I know he has a Twitter, but it's run by his son, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. He has an Instagram too, I'm pretty sure, that's also run by his son, and I'm pretty sure there's there's a post that his son made. Oh my god, okay. There's a fucking tweet that I saw forever ago of someone quote retweeting Sean, who's John's second son. His first son. His son with Yoko. He has two sons. John has Julian from his wife Cynthia that he accidentally baby trapped. I'm laughing, but it was terrible. And then he has the second son, who's Sean. Sean runs most of John's like social media, but also his son is a piece of shit. Sean sucks. Sean, not Julian's weird with bad opinions, which is saying, yeah, that's what I mean. He's so bad. He has so many bad Twitter takes, and he's like this fucking weird, like he's leaning into the far right ideology. And there's somebody who quote retweeted him. I just think about this tweet all the time, and it's like, just like he had some bullshit opinion or whatever, and someone quote retweeted him and said like, Paul McCartney sucked off your dad or something like that. I wish I had that tweet because I think about it all the fucking time. It's so funny to me personally. I wish I had the foresight to save it because it's so good. Your Paul McCartney sucked off your dad. Wait, hang on. Wait, can I find it? Hold on. Hang on, can I find it? Somehow, I have to find it. Where is it? Aw, man, I'm not gonna be able to find it, am I? Fuck. Damn it. But it's so funny. I think about that tweet all the fucking time. It's so weird that he turned out like that because John was super far left for the time. Yeah, he was. The Beatles quite literally jacked each other off. I love telling people that and then giving receipts that it's real. Yeah, there's a literal, like, New York Times or whatever. There's, like, an article out there that says beat the Beatles, and it talks about them doing, like, a group jack-off section. And it's great. I love that. So, beat the Beatles. Fuck, I really want to find the tweet. Hang on, I'm gonna go on an adventure. Give me a second, guys. Please, I need to find that tweet for my fucking soul. Oh my god, dude. He will be training. Where is it? Fuck. It's gonna fucking drive me up a wall. Damn it. Come on. Beat the Beatles. Yeah. God forbid men be vulnerable. Yeah. Yeah. God forbid men have emotions. God forbid. Oh my god. I killed myself with that one on accident. Oopsies. Fuck. I really want to find that tweet. Where is it? Oh, fuck. I'm gonna find it if it kills me. It might kill me. You know what? I think I'm gonna have to forgo this venture. There's no way I'm gonna be able to find it in the recesses of Tumblr. Somebody's gotta have it, but I'm not gonna be able to find it. Man. Oh well. You know what? It's fine. It's alright. You just trust me. It was very funny. If I find it by next stream, I'll show it to you guys, but like, God. Anyway. Media was so, oh my god. I love everything I learn about the Beatles is against my will. Sometimes. It's great. It's not great, but like, there is something I wanted to show you guys from last time that I forgot to show you because I got so caught up in my drawing. I want to show you guys. Okay, this is Beatles related. I just have to say the reporters who like talk about Paul are so they're not normal about him, and it's really funny to me for some reason because like, oh my god. So many people who interview Paul just love to make a note of the fact that he's cute. Very, like, he's got a boyish face, and they just call him cute. They're like, oh my god, you're so cute. Every single time. It's just, but there's this, okay, there's two interviews that I have to show you that are just like, there's okay, so this one is from Carl Perkins, and he's talking about Paul crying, right? This is what he had to say about Paul crying, right? So he goes on to say, Paul, I quote, Paul, he was crying. Tears were rolling down his pretty cheeks, and they're pretty to me, just like they are to the rest of the world. I think he's a very handsome boy, and always did, even handsomer when he's crying. End quote. Carl Perkins, sir, what did you mean by this? Cannot be normal. Just has to emphasize he looks pretty when he cries. I was speechless. Oh, wait. There's more. Because, of course, there's more. There's another one. I can't source which person said this, but I titled this image, "Male Journalists Be Normal About Paul Challenge Failed." And so here's this quote. It comes from a book, I think, but, like, this one is incredible. I cannot... So it says here... All four of them had remarkable faces. Okay, quote, "All four of them had remarkable faces, but only his was beautiful. The big-eyed, long-lashed look saved from mere prettiness by a persistent, perhaps willfully unintended 5 o'clock shadow and those asymmetrical, ironically arched eyebrows, which seemed to say, 'I've got the goods. No, really. Think I'm kidding?'" This was about Paul McCartney. He does have pretty eyelashes, though. I can't deny that one. He's got real pretty eyelashes, and I'm envious of him a little bit. Oh my god. Imagine crying your eyes out because a family member passed away and someone you know walks up to you and says, "I get that you're sobbing right now, but you look prettier when you're crying." God. That's how it was when John passed away, by the way. I think that quote from Carl Perkins was when John passed away. Paul is the cute one. I love it when he cries. I want to wrap my strong arms and wrap circles in his back. He's a very handsome boy, heterosexual male journalist in 1964. Yeah, he's got the goods. He does. He does. I can't stress this enough also, but like, he has a very fat ass. Out of all the Beatles, why does Paul have the dumpiest of dumpers? I'm not kidding either. I wish I was kidding. He's got such a fat ass. And it's like, whoa. Nobody is normal about the Beatles, not even me. This is the orbit I got pulled into. I was hiding in ITP and I immediately tapped out when I heard those words. I'm so sorry. I am sorry. Listen, this is the kind of content you guys came here for, alright? This is what you got to expect. I will compliment a man on his nice ass and you can't stop me. I sound deranged. Great. Oh my god. Why are these the things I hear when I open the tab and start paying attention? I'm sorry. Look, you guys came here for this content, okay? Look, I will not deny he has a nice ass, okay? I'm speaking my truth. Paul McCartney has a nice ass. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. Imagine meeting Paul McCartney IRL and being like, "Dude, you had an absolute dump truck in your 20s. What happened?" Oh my god. I can't. I couldn't do that. But it's true. Oh my god. Also, sweetheart, I'm so sorry you came in at this time when I'm complimenting Paul McCartney's ass. I'm so sorry. There's something in the air. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh my god. I'm dying, Squirtle. This is my punishment for saying Paul McCartney had a nice ass. Oh my god. Alright. I'll move on. I need to move on or I'm gonna be stuck here forever. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to my audience. I'm trying to find something, by the way, whilst I'm talking. But also, this is also just one of the things that I learned in my time. You know, like researching the Beatles. Put research in the biggest fucking quotation marks. Where's that thing I saved with the fucking him and mom jeans? Hang on, I'll find it. I need to show you guys what I'm talking about, because, like, you guys are gonna be like, what are you okay? There it is! I found it! Oh my god. He does have a dump truck! What the fuck? He came to my city not that long ago. I could have done... No. Let's not... Okay, but, like... No, we are not approaching Paul McCartney and asking him where his dump truck of an ass went. No, we are not doing that. I forbid you explicitly from doing that. I swear to God, if I hear word any of you guys meet Paul McCartney and ask him that, I am going to cry a river. Oh my god, Tumblr's not working. Why? In my time of need, Tumblr, why have you forsaken me? I'll have to let it, like, load a second. It's gonna take a while. Unless, hang on, wait a minute, hang on. Come on, then. There we go. Oh, I'm a genius. If it'll... Researching the Beatles. Aerial photos of Paul McCartney's ass. Okay, look, I've not spent my whole time doing research on the Beatles just looking at Paul McCartney's ass. I promise, okay? Some of it has been in looking at him, in pictures of him from that time period, but it's not been the whole thing I've been doing, I promise you, okay? Although a lot of the people that I follow on Tumblr love to thirst after Paul McCartney. It's insane. It's like a weird ratio of people that I follow that are very into either Paul or John. I've seen a few people into George, no people into Ringo, which is kind of sad. I'm listening to someone talking about a man's ass while playing a game where you hide from a giant yellow rabbit. What a way to spend my night. Ah, my god. Did some research and don't know if it's true, but he has 5 biological children. I think he has 4. Technically, he adopted one of the kids. It was Linda, his second, or his first wife, because the engagement fell through with Jane. It was, his wife, Linda's child. I know he legally adopted her. I don't know how many other children he had after Heather, but I think he has, like, at least 4. See, my research is good for something. We talked about movies before. Yeah, I know. Alright. I need to show you this guy hang on. I need to show you guys this for a very specific reason. Okay. Look at this. Okay, this is him beside John and George. Look at that. Okay? Look at that and tell me that that's not a dump truck. Okay? Also, this is from Help, by the way. This is from the movie Help. But, like, look at that. I'm not out of my mind, right? Come on. I create background noise when playing a Minecraft or in my bed. I'm so sorry for this Saturday night stream. I'm unhinged. Sorry. I don't know if it's unhinged to talk about a man's ass or not, but, like, come on. I am not Out of my mind. I swear. I'm scared. I mean, when you put them next to the two other guys. Right? Right? Come on! Also, those mom jeans. He really does look like a mom. Like... Oh my god. Anyway, I'll take this off the screen. Enough. That's enough of Paul McCartney's ass for one day. Oh man. Oh. I needed to save this GIF as in general because it's this. I love this GIF so much. Hang on, sorry, I'm getting distracted. It's an afternoon on a Sunday in my country. That's, yeah. I mean, it's Saturday night here for me. Oops, I accidentally encountered spider hands. I don't want to see that. I'll start crying. Yeah, anyway. You see it? Yeah! They look like normal jeans that aren't extremely low rise. We're just calling them mom jeans for the sake of calling them mom jeans. Also, it's like they go up a little higher. That's just the angle that you're seeing them at. Like, let me have a little fun. Let me just have a little fun. The funny thing is when I first started talking to my girlfriend about my hyperfixation on the Beatles, she had to go up and bring that very edited picture of John and Yoko with their asses edited. I can't show it to you guys because that's TOS, but like she was like, oh yeah, the one picture of them. And then she found it and showed me, and I was like, what the fuck? Why is that the first thing you think about when you think of the... I don't know why that was the first thing she thought about, but she just had to show me. And also that one picture of John with him, like, with his stupid fucking long legs. God in heaven. Just... God. Is that picture what caused all this? No, it's not. But the crab walk photo, yeah. No. It's not what caused all this. That picture though that you sent me forever ago. God, I think about it sometimes and I just don't know why. I'm so baffled that you even knew about that. I don't know why. Yeah. 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 I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say anymore. I just like... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna show you guys the GIF that I saved that I thought was incredibly funny. Because you guys deserve to see it, and I think it's great. There you go. There you go. I think I sent this GIF minus the celibacy sprout across it to my girlfriend, and like she commented on like, did Paul kick George? And I was like, yeah, I think it looks like it does. Core memory resurfaced, yeah, it did. Anyway, this is like a parody on that one BTS GIF or whatever that I see circulating Tumblr, so it's just celibacy. Every single fucking thing. I don't know why this is just so funny. The way they're dancing, the fact it's a celibacy. I don't know. It's great. Celibacy. Certainly not something they were practicing. Nope. I think that's why this is so incredibly funny to me, because this is like... And on the surface, it's not that funny, but when you think about the fact that this just is the celibacy, it just does, it is not, it's just not something that happened with the Beatles. It's the Wiggles. Oh my god. Oh my god, wait, oh my god! Not the Wiggles, oh no. My abstinence only affected class resurfacing. God. Change the stream title to talking about the Beatles instead of doing anything productive featuring Paul's booty. Hey, look, I made the title what it was. I'm not changing it now. I think it fits. I don't know what to title these anymore, so I'm high. I think that's perfectly fine. Look, I know I said I was gonna draw, but honestly, I love doing just chatting streams. Like, I love drawing and also talking, but I think it's like, I need to get the celibacy gif off of the screen because it's distracting me. But I know I said I was gonna draw, but honestly, like, chatting with you guys is fun. I like having these conversations, these back and forths, because they're fun, and I can focus a little bit easier when I'm not trying to draw, and then I'm not getting distracted by, like, having to focus on line art and stuff. Honestly. Like, I like doing the drawing and things, but, like, yeah. I think it's a little easier on my brain. So I'm sorry if I was misleading with that. I should have said, like, hey, no, I think I changed my mind. I just kind of want to talk, but I don't know. I just felt like I had an expectation to uphold because I said I was going to do one thing, and then I changed my mind, and I was like, well, fuck, I guess I could still promise to do said thing. I don't know. I just feel bad. I'm sorry. I'm worried you guys have expectations of me, and then I'm not upholding them, and that's why I'm like, fuck, I'm sorry. You don't have to draw, it is fun to just hang out, and also you don't owe chat anything. Oh, well, that's totally fair. Like, this is ultimately just a hangout at the end of the day. We are just a chatting and having a fun time, and, I think that's... I've had so much fun when we've done just these, like, just chatting streams, honestly. Probably the most fun I've had in a while. Especially since, I don't know if I mentioned it in the community post, I think, but, in solidarity with the SAG-AFTRA strikes, I'm not going to be playing video games for a hot minute, because, like, I know it's focusing on major companies, but sometimes there's, like, subsidiaries that come with specific companies. And so I'm just being cautious. I know that doesn't necessarily apply to indie games, but just, like, I'm trying to be cautious at the end of the day. And also, these just chatting streams are fun. I do have a fun time just talking about all sorts of random shit with you guys. And also just being unhinged about my Beatles hyperfixation, because it's at the forefront of my mind at all times. And I have nobody to talk to about it, because, like, love my girlfriend, but I'm not gonna info dump about the Beatles to her, because she's not gonna care, first of all, and second of all, I think it would be too much to explain to her all of the knowledge that I have. I have talked to her on occasion about it, but I also still feel bad when I do that. I don't know why. But I do appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It's always fun when we do these little chats. When we do these little hangouts, I feel like I'm hanging out with friends. Oh, I'm doing it again, fuck. It just feels like I'm hanging out with friends, and we're just like, well, friends in the not parasocial way. Of course. But you know what I mean. Just like a nice little hangout session. No strings attached. This is the place to be unhinged. I have to wonder what the VOD viewers think of me. There's like 230 something people that are subbed to this channel, and they came here for a specific thing, and now I'm delivering this content, and they're like, what the fuck is happening? You know what, sometimes you just gotta make an impulsive decision. I would go and shove a bunch of Weetabix in my mouth to eat. That sounds like fun. Gracious, my throat is dying. But anyways, I'm having fun, and I think that's the most important thing, because this is my stream, and I want to do things that are fun, and of course I want them to be fun for you guys too, but also I just want to do stuff because I want to do them and not cater to the audience completely, you know? Also, talking about music is literally my job, so I'm always down for a Beatles info dump, yeah. I feel bad because I never know how to broach conversation with you. I'm just like, what do I talk about with you? I don't know how to approach a conversation sometimes. I'm terrible at it, sorry. Oh, Creeper. Oh, man. I'm having so much fun. I'm glad. I'm glad. You guys are all cool. I like hanging out on stream with you guys. Sincerely. I always do. I hope you guys have enjoyed my unhinged Beatles rants and, like, conversations. Christ, I don't... Because that's all that's on the forefront of my mind right now. I'm gonna be so honest. I haven't been able to do much of anything. I'm glad you listened. I'll gladly listen to you talk about movies. Oh my gosh. I could talk about movies, or I could talk about the Beatles. Like, that is right at the forefront of my brain right now, and I don't want to do anything else. It's deliberating, but yep, that's just how my brain works. Graper, I hardly know her. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. My girlfriend, queen of the dad jokes. Or unhinged memes. She sends me so many unhinged memes. I could literally show you half. No, I can't even show you half of the shit that she sends me. Because, Christ. She has some interesting memes. Sometimes I'll just send you a link, lol, because I will be listening to something and be like, of course, might like this. Yeah, that's true. You have done that a couple of times. I haven't listened to anything other than the first couple of songs you sent me. Because honestly, my brain's just like, I want to listen to the Beatles. That's it. Either that or I want to listen to music from, like, specifically, like, either, like, 60s, 70s, 80s, or 90s right now. I'm, like, stuck in that very specific era of music. So I'm listening to, like, Wham, or I'm listening to Tears for Fears, or I'm listening to the Bangles. I think they're called the Bangles. Like, anything from that, like, time period. Of course, also the Beatles. I'm stuck in the Beatles, but, like, you know what I mean. I'm stuck. I hate when my brain gets into hyperfixation mode, because then it's like, no. Especially when it comes to music, because it's like, no. I don't want to listen to anything else. I just want to listen to this. It sucks. Autism is terrible a lot of the time about that stuff. I try to be more open-minded, but my brain's just like, no. This is not at all what you want to do. This is the opposite. Haikyuu memes? Oh my god. Fucking flashbacks. I remember when Haikyuu was first coming out. I watched that fucking anime weekly, I think. I didn't watch it from, like, the first episode. I think it was, like, the first 3 episodes when they came out. I watched it all the way through. God, that just sent me back. Jesus. No pressure, of course, as long as I can spread the gospel of Esperanza Spalding. Dude, Esperanza Spalding is... Look, okay, I'm gonna do the work for Leah. Listen to Esperanza Spalding. Her music is incredible. Her jazz is, like, oh my god. I've only listened to, like, 3 songs of hers because of the, like, I think 2 of them that Leah sent me and 1 that I found myself. But, like, dude, listen to Esperanza Spalding. It is worth your time. Especially if you like jazz. Highest of recommendations. Please listen to her music. She's so good. Oh my god, I love her so much. I really should listen to more of her music, but also, like I said, my brain is literally cutting off my want to listen to other music right now. But no, that comes at a high recommendation. Especially because we were last stream talking about jazz music. Dude, listen to Esperanza Spalding, please. I beg. She's rewatching all seasons of Haikyuu for the second time, and I haven't even started the 3rd episode? Okay, well... Go at your own pace, no pressure, though. But I loved Haikyuu when I watched it. I never finished the 2nd season, but I watched the first, in, like, the entirety of the 1st season, and it fucking, like, blew me away. I've watched the 1st season, like, twice, I think. I liked Haikyuu a lot. I'm not big on anime anymore, really. I think the last anime I watched all the way through was Revolutionary Girl Utena, but right? Yeah, that was the last one I watched all the way through. And then, like, I never watched another anime again. I just don't have the energy in me to really watch TV shows anymore. Movies are a bit easier to commit to than TV shows for me nowadays. Also, just nothing appeals to me, really. Other than, my girlfriend and I still need to finish Breaking Bad. This is like 2 years in the making. We've been watching Breaking Bad. And we only just started, haven't even started season 5. We just finished season 4. I was so slow, and I feel so bad about it. Oh. I was showing one of my students City of Roses by her, and they were like, this is what Steely Dan wishes they sound like. I was so proud. That's so fair. I've never listened to Steely Dan, but I've heard mixed things about that band. Why am I... Okay, sorry. Bruh. Oh my goodness. My brain. I'm big on anime right now, and I'm thinking of watching more anime movies. That's totally fair. I've had Revolutionary Girl Utano on my watch list for a very long time now. I must get around to seeing it. Okay, here. If you are thinking of watching Revolutionary Girl Utano, first of all, yes, please do. It's for free on YouTube. Both the sub and the dub is for free on YouTube. So absolutely, like, it's published by the publisher, by the way. Wasn't uploaded illegally. It was uploaded by the publisher. You can watch it for free online. Absolutely, you can. There's like 30-something episodes. 30-something episodes. Love Breaking Bad. Also, Walt. Hang on, what? Walt. Stupid thing is in the way. Walt Jr. and also Breakfast. Yeah, that's fair. I've not seen a lot of anime, but I love Serial Experiments Lane. I watched one episode of Serial Experiments Lane ages ago, and I need to get back to that. But anyway, I must give you a heads up about Revolutionary Girl Utano. The thing is I went into it without any kind of heads up, I guess. And I watched all 3 seasons of it, and it was a lot. It was very overwhelming toward the, like, latter half. I would say it starts to get very intense towards season 2 onward. So especially like season 2 and like especially season 3. But if you are thinking of watching Revolutionary Girl Utena, like I said, yes, please feel free to do so. I love it. And also watch the movie Adolescence of Utena after you watch the show, because otherwise it won't make sense. But I would say you should be cautious when you watch Utena, because it is very much laced with allegory, but it also is talking a lot about a lot of depressing and just horrible shit that goes on. I'll give trigger warnings for like abuse, incest, and sexual assault on a minor. So if you're thinking of watching Utena, just bear that in mind as you go in. That's not a spoiler for like anything, I promise. You'll know when you get to it, but I'm just giving you that heads up because I didn't get that heads up when I watched it, and I was like, oh, it was a lot. It was very intense, and when I got to the specific episode with the sexual assault in it, I literally had to put down, I was watching it on my phone. I had to put down my phone for a bit because I was having a bad time, and I think I cried after that one. It was just a lot. It was a lot. But I still recommend it anyway. It's a very good anime. I love it very much. Bebop was... goddamn. I'm not seeing a lot of anime, but I love Serial Experience Lane. That's totally fair. Lane Iwakura is like Patrick Bateman for autistic women. Oh boy. Voltron. Oh God, you're sending me back in time when you're saying these things. Fucking Voltron. Oh. I watched season 1 of Voltron, and then I watched like part of season 2, and then I dropped it because I just did not like the direction it was going. Still don't. Still find it pretty like it kind of fell off after season 1, in my opinion. Don't take that opinion at heart, though. That's just my opinion, so don't let that, like... I'm sure you'll like it. Just don't take that one to heart. I'm a cynical person, so I've had a difficult time with essay in media, but if the media is good enough and handles it well, then it's okay. Oh, it handles it fairly, like, it handles it well in my own experience as someone who has experienced essay or sexual assault in the past. It's not like I was crying because it was like, oh, it re-triggered me, yeah, but it was like in a sense of like, I connected with it because of how well it was handled, and it wasn't exploitative. So I can assure you of that one. But it also is just such, oh my god, Utena is such a gut-wrenching anime. God. It owns my heart forever. It honestly, it along with like But I'm a Cheerleader were probably the movies that helped me figure out I was a lesbian. So I, like, they own my heart. Both of those pieces of media own my heart. And so, I'm like their number one defenders. I'm the number one Revolutionary Girl Utena defender, and I am also the number one But I'm a Cheerleader defender. Which reminds me, you guys remember James Somerton? That guy did a video on Utena ages ago, and I have the videos saved because he deleted all his content, but I saved that video because I knew it was gonna get deleted, and so I saved it, and I haven't watched it all the way through, but I already knew, no, it was bad. Woof. I love But I'm a Cheerleader. God, I love But I'm a Cheerleader too. It's so good. Rotten Tomatoes be damned, But I'm a Cheerleader is iconic. And you know what else is iconic? Bound. Bound is also a good movie. My girlfriend and I have matching icons on Discord of the characters from Bound. I'm Corky and she's Violet. Right? I'm Corky and she's Violet. Yes, I'm Corky and she's Violet. Also, apparently I do a pretty good, what is her name? Oh my god, I'm blanking. What is your name? Jennifer Tilly. Apparently I do an okay Jennifer Tilly impression. I don't know how or why, but I do. Yeah. Yes, that is what happened with Voltron, yes. Rotten Tomatoes be damned. Yes, Rotten Tomatoes be damned. It's one of my favorite movies. If you go, I don't know if I'll ever link my Letterboxd, but if you go on my Letterboxd, it's literally in that lineup of my favorite movies of all time on there, which I have, they only allow 4, which is a shame. I would have put more on there if they let me, but like the ones that I have listed on my Letterboxd as movies that I adore, like my all-time favorite movies on there are But I'm a Cheerleader, Dead Poets Society, Rocky Horror Picture Show, and Pariah. Because it was originally Wendell and Wild, but then Jordan Peele ended up being a Zionist, and he got all wishy-washy about that whole thing, but I was still not taking any chances, so I was like, yeah, we're gonna replace Wendell and Wild with Pariah. Pariah's still a very good movie, though. I had to analyze it for my film class, and I loved it, even though that one scene that I analyzed is like embedded in my brain, and I think about it all the time, and it was very intense, the scene that I analyzed. That James Somerton stuff is wild. Like, who else has multiple year-long whisper circles going on about their bad behavior before finally putting them on blast? That guy is an enigma, honestly. That guy, I hate James Somerton. He is like, I want to obliterate that man. I do not like him, especially because, like, of how he talked about, you know, women, misgendering people. He misgendered, I think, the showrunner of Steven Universe and the showrunner for Nimona, my bad, not Nimona, not Nimora. Claiming they were women when they both are not. One of them is trans and the other one's non-binary. And also just how he talked about lesbians having a specific kind of privilege that gay men did not, and that just was not true. It's bonkers. Bonkers behavior. Bonkers behavior from a gay man who's misogynistic, which is incredibly ironic and contradictory to everything that gay people stand for. Like, come on, buddy. Tell me you don't understand the history of gay men, like effeminate gay men, the queenie gay men, without telling me you don't understand the history of effeminate / queenie gay men. Like, come on, buddy. Get your head, like, he's a business major, so it actually makes sense why he's so like that. It's just, ugh. God, I just hate him. There's like a searing rage in my heart for James Somerton, and I will go on a rant about him, and I'm trying to restrain myself. Because I could do all cutesy, funny, silly little rants about, like, Paul McCartney having a nice ass, or what John Lennon's Twitter would look like. But when it comes to James Somerton, I am just filled with unbridled levels of rage, and my poor girlfriend, love her to death, has had to bear the brunt of it, because we have had long conversations about James Somerton in the past, and I've just been like, that guy fucking sucks. That typical business major behavior, to be honest. Yeah. It just, oh God. Oh my God. He just pisses me off on a level that is unfathomable. Just the plagiarism, the bashing on women, the just everything about him. God. It's each bomber guy did us a service in making that video, but also just like I wish, I don't know. James Somerton is still kicking on the internet, by the way. He's just going under like different aliases, and also he showed Hole at one point, and it wasn't some random person's either. I'm pretty sure it was his own, which is like, okay, sure. I just really do not want him on the internet anymore, because, like, it's people like him that just, it sets us back a whole bunch, because, like, every single time someone who's LGBT happens to do something horrible, like groom a minor, or plagiarize, or abuse somebody, it really does just put it in the minds of people that LGBT people are a problem, because, oh, well, look at what this person did. And it is just frustrating endlessly, because they put us up like we're a monolith, and then they're like, oh, the minute one of us do something wrong, it's all of us that collectively suffer for it. H-Bomber Guy videos are really good. But it's just, it's cumbersome that this keeps happening. And because, like, there's so many good LGBT people out there that are fighting the good fight, that make good videos. And also shout out H-Bomber Guy for getting a playlist together, putting really cool people in it that I would also highly recommend. I'm pretty sure one of them in there is Alexander Avila, and oh my god, I love Alexander Avila, my beloved. Was it Alexander? Hang on. I want to make sure I get his name right. I'm pretty sure it's Alexander Avila. I was right, okay. He's so good. I used to watch him when he was Are They Gay? And I would watch his Are They Gay videos a lot. But then, like, he of course is shifted into video essays that with a queer focus in on them, and they're all incredible. Like, I was a transgender child, TikTok gave me autism. I haven't watched any of the more newer videos. I haven't gotten around to it, but, like, just watch his channel, please. He's trans, too, which is also great. I didn't actually know he was trans for the longest time until I saw the I was a transgender child video, and I was like, oh my god, he's trans? That's awesome. Like, yeah, just so, please, just watch more queer content creators, especially queer content creators of color. Make an effort to watch more from non-white queer content creators, because, like, of course there's so many, like, white queer creators, like myself. Of course, I'm a part of those people as well. I'm not immune to that, of course. I just mean, just broaden your perspectives a lot more, and watch from more people that are non-white and queer, especially those who are trans, non-white and queer. Goodness. Like, black trans women, of course, are out there making content. Black trans men, black non-binary people, like, yeah. Sorry, I'm not wording it correctly, but you know what I mean. Expand your horizons and watch people that are not like people you would typically pick up, and just get a new perspective. One that isn't harmful, I should emphasize. Let's see. I've been seeing all that, seeing that recently with all the Ava Tyson stuff. Yeah, it's incredibly yeah, ugh. I won't get into that, but yeah, I've seen it too. Like, I remember when all that stuff started coming out, I immediately felt this was a mess, I immediately felt like this was a massive setback for optics for trans people, which sucks. That was the immediate thought. Yep, that was the first thoughts of a lot of my mutuals too when that came out. I won't go too in-depth into that either. But just know that, like, I don't support Ava. And I also am of the belief that that shouldn't be taken against the trans community as a whole. What Ava did should not reflect the trans community, because there's already such a huge stigma that trans people are pedophiles, that they're groomers, especially, like, peddled by the far right conservatives people, and that's just absolutely not true. There are individuals that may end up being that way, but, like, the trans community as a whole are such, like, they're full of lovely people, incredibly giving, incredibly caring, fight for all the rights of so many intersecting identities. I've seen so many trans people, you know, protesting against the genocide of Palestine, you know, fighting for abortion rights and all kinds of stuff. Like, yes. Ro Ramden makes very good video essays and is very funny, and she's a trans woman of color. Big recommend. I've heard of her. I think she made a video about Dream back at the time when we were still at, like, the height of the allegations against him being a groomer. I think one of her videos is actually saved in our server. I had to shut down my private server recently for various reasons, but I think one of her videos was put in our server because she was one of the very few content creators who was actually talking about this situation and was on our side. So it was like a big, huge deal for us. We were like, holy shit, somebody that isn't taking Dream's side for once. Well, oh, I guess I should say a thing, but back in the day, back in like 2022, there was a big, huge push to talk about Dream being a groomer, and I was one of the few people, along with a select few mutuals, who were actively pushing for this to get out to bigger content creators. And we were compiling evidence from all the accounts that were pushing out this information, like the people who were coming out against Dream, any other information we possibly could have. And so that's why our server exists in the first place. The private server that I run was just to have evidence against Dream of the allegations against him, and that's why that existed in the first place. And then it, like, spiraled into being just a general server for friends and stuff. But That's what I mean when I say I used to get, like, death threats from people. It was Dream's community that was actively attacking me, especially my mutuals, too. A lot of them are black and trans, and they got so much hate. They got a bunch of, like, lynching pictures put in their DMs, a lot of self-harm images sent to them, a lot of slurs, a lot of racism directed toward them by Dream's fans because they just couldn't fathom the fact that their fucking awful content creator that they looked up to could be an awful person. And it was disgusting. And that was happening to us like 24/7. When we were doing this for weeks, we did it for months, I think. I don't remember how long we were doing that for, but we went on for a while and held the line, and I was getting closer with these guys and becoming friends with them, and they're still pretty close. We're still pretty close mutuals to this day. We don't talk, of course, a lot of us do not, but I still consider them very close mutuals of mine, and because they're just lovely people in general. But I was one of the very vocal people about it, and fucking Dream fans started they started fucking quote retweeting one of my tweets and misconstruing what it was about and sending me death threats, and some people sent me self-harm images to try to provoke me to harm myself. And I got the tweet in question that they quote retweeted into oblivion got like 99 quote retweets before eventually I was told I should delete it. But a lot of people were also saying, like, get a job. And it was very funny to me personally, because that was at the time I was still a full-time student in college. So I was like, hey, you tell me to get a job, but I'm literally getting an education. Like, yeah, I want to get a job, but also I'm getting an education. What are you doing? You're spending your day on Twitter threatening my life and telling me to drop dead. I don't think that's very productive. Because, like, come on. Most of the people that were doing that were minors, but a lot of people that did that were, like, my age and older. Like, in their close to mid-20s / late 20s. They were something else. That's so horrible. Yeah. It was a terrible time, and in the moment, like, honestly, it's still never sunk in. I never took it personally because of who it was that was sending the death threats to me, and also, like, just making threats and general threats to me as a whole. I never took it personally, and I never let it get to me, because I was just like, oh, whatever. Who gives a fuck? But I did eventually have to, like, shut my account down and, like, put it on lock because I was afraid that I would get doxxed, because Dreams community is well known for doxing people. And I did not want to put my family in jeopardy, so I was like, yeah, you know what? We're shutting this down. And I did, and nothing's ever happened. Everything's been quiet. My account's, like, off the radar at this point because it's been like 2 years since that happened. But yeah, a lot of people were just like nasty to me about that, even though, like, come on. I mean, it's believe all victims until it's somebody that you admire. In their instance, it's like, you don't want to believe victims because you don't want to believe a guy that you idolize so highly could do that, could possess that ability to harm people. It's genuinely, like, it's frustrating. It's happened multiple times now, because it happened with his stupid fucking friend George, who assaulted another Twitch streamer, and she came out and talked about it publicly on Twitch, and she got fucking blasted by that community too, and nobody believed her. Everyone was calling her a clout chaser and just called her all sorts of awful, upsetting names. And this situation brought me back to Twitter to say, hey, cut it the fuck, like, cut it out. What are you fucking doing? She came out about a story, once again, just reiterating the hypocrisy of it, of like, oh, you want to believe victims, but you're not going to believe a victim when it's somebody that you idolize. It's disgusting behavior. The internet's a cesspool, and this is why I need to just emphasize, do not put content creators on a pedestal and say that they're genuinely good people, because that is setting you up for failure, because these are people. They possess the ability to make decisions that are horrible, that are bigoted, that are harmful to other people. It's not healthy to do that, and so this is why you gotta have a layer, like a wall between you and a content creator. You can enjoy a content creator's content, but at the end of the day, that's about as far as it should go. The parasociality of it is taking it a bit too far. Like, I had to unlearn so much when it came to that specific thing, because I was seeped in parasociality for years and years and years, being someone who grew up on the internet. And so, I've lowered my expectations. I just watch people now for their content. I don't really care about people's, like, I don't have that specific connection to them, because that is setting myself up for failure. So, yeah. Just take care of yourselves on the internet. Don't put people on pedestals. And it's the same thing with celebrities too. Don't put celebrities on pedestals either. They all possess the ability to be awful people. So there you go. There's your PSA for the night. I had a very similar thing happen with a very popular musician in a scene that I was involved in. I got put on blast for saying, hey, don't listen to this person, they're dangerous. Exactly, yeah. It's disgusting how they believe they're idols and don't believe that their idol who knows what to someone else and hate that person for shaming the idol. Exactly. Like, coming out about your experience against a popular YouTuber is already hard enough as it is, because then you got those fans that are devoted to that person coming out and fighting this person and calling them all sorts of names. It's disgusting. I don't mean to sound preachy. I don't want to sound preachy. I just genuinely want you guys to be safe on the internet and not make mistakes that I have made in the past. It's more just a warning. Just a gentle warning, just to say, hey, be careful who you watch on the internet first and foremost, but especially when it comes to content creators on YouTube. We possess the ability to make bad decisions, and that should be enough for you to put a wall between and say, I like this person's content. And that's about it, you know? Don't try to go too deep into it. Because at the end of the day, I'm not your friend. You don't know who I am. I don't know who you are. And that is perfectly okay. You don't need to know too much about my life. And I am sharing tidbits about my life here and there, but at the end of the day, you don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know the people on the other side of your screen that you're watching that you enjoy. Just be careful and think critically about the people that you're watching, so you're not setting yourself up for failure. I love you guys. I care about you, and I want to make sure that you're making good decisions. Especially for this newer generation on the internet, who is being explicitly raised on the internet, unlike me, where I had a time period where the internet was not a big, huge part of my life, and I was still going outside playing games. And not that Gen Alpha is not playing games and stuff outside, certainly they are. I just mean, like, we are in that era of, like, internet is everywhere, you know? It was crazy how many people said that's just like your opinion when multiple unrelated parties had come forward with stories with this person's abuse. Yeah. Yeah. It's fucking awful. It really is. It's that weird mentality, like I said, of believe all victims unless with specific people. But anyway, I think that's enough about we'll steer away from this. I don't even remember why I got into talking about it. Oh, because you mentioned Roe. That's right. yeah, I just wanted to share that experience. I think this is the first time I think I've openly talked about it in a while. I think I used to mention it back in the day, but it's been 2 years. I'm far removed from that community at this point, and like they've petered out in the years since. I don't think they have as much potency as they used to. They're certainly still devoted people, but it's not as bad as it used to be, I would say, in terms of like I'm not seeing them absolutely everywhere, which is a blessing unto itself. Um yeah. But just yeah. Um okay. I'm going to take a real quick bathroom break. It's been 3 hours. I'm going to take a real quick bathroom break. I'm going to refill my water. I'm going to get a lozenge for my throat because it's hurting. And when I come back, maybe I'll read a little bit of some poetry to end the night off because it's getting about that time. I'm running out of energy and I'm starting to ramble a little bit. So I'll put it on the BRB screen and I will be right back. Hang in there, folks. Alright, I'm back. Sorry it took me a second. But we're back. We're so back, everybody. I had to go get a lozenge for my throat, because it's hurting a little bit. Yeah. Alright, sorry, I had to check something. Let me swap the screen over. Hello. We're back. We're back in style. Did I? Yeah, I set everything up. Okay, I'm gonna go put my water away because I think we're winding it down enough here. Let's see. Alright. The moment you all have been waiting for. Thank you for welcoming me back. It's good to be back. Now, as you know, I normally do poetry readings once every other stream. And technically, since... oh my god, I thought my phone died. I was like, no! No. But since you guys... since we didn't stream last week, I'm technically taking this as an opportunity to read my poetry. So, yeehaw. This time I kind of struggled with writing some new poems. Because I was, struggling to get motivation. Writing has just been a little bit hard as of late. I will say. So I'm debating whether I should read my Twin Peaks trilogy poems, all from the perspective of Laura, of 3 important people in her life, or, quotes poetry hour, or if I should read you guys my trilogy of poems that I wrote today. Maybe I should do both. I don't know. What are you guys feeling like? I hope you guys like it when I do these poems. I feel like it could be a bit obnoxious, but I hope it's worth it. Also, I randomly have It's Only Love stuck in my head because I was listening to it earlier, so I was just humming to myself as I was coming back over here, just like, it's only love and that is all. Why should I feel the way I do? It's only love and that is all. But it's so hard loving you. I fucking, ugh. Not even the best song on that album, but it's still a banger in my heart. Put this away whilst I'm waiting for responses. I keep wanting to say quadrilogy, even though I mean trilogy. And quadrilogy is just a made-up, maybe real word I say to mean 4 instead of 3. I don't know. Give it a minute. What do the masses think? What are the masses thinking? Just keep plucking the string. My fave hour of the day, Quartz Poetry Hour. You guys are too nice. I love poetry. I told you guys this multiple times, but I love writing poems. They're probably some of my favorite things to write. I do like to write and I do like to draw, but I think as of late, writing has just called to me a lot more than drawing has. Maybe? Okay, so... Okay. I have like 2 different books. That's why I like... I have one that it's like a portable size book, and then my regular size notebook that I'm running out of pages of. But yeah, you know what? Okay, I think I'm gonna read to you guys firstly my Twin Peaks trilogy poems from the perspective of Laura Palmer, and then I'll read to you guys at least one of my poems that I wrote today. Why not? You know what? You get a mix of both. Which one should I read? Not Scramble. I think I'll read You're the One I Like best. Okay. I'll read that one, but I'll read to you guys first my trilogy of poems that I wrote in honor of Twin Peaks. One of my favorite TV shows of all time. It's gonna be a little hard to read, one, because it's like dark as hell in my room, and also two, I write in cursive, and writing in cursive in a very tiny space on a notebook is very hard to, you gotta squish the letters together, so forgive me if I stumble over my wording a bit. I say that every single time because I'm squinting at my book and I'm like, what does that say? What did I write? But yeah, alright. So out of this Twin Peaks trilogy, the first one is called His Disease in Me. It goes as such. Why do I keep looking over and it looks like my phone's turning on, but it's just a glare. Anyway. His disease in me. It's not like he's a particularly bad guy. Just naive, ignorant to suffering. Life coasts him by like a breeze. And mine is like a tsunami. Abrasive, seary, ugly. Does that say seary? I guess it does. I am lost, he is not. My precious James, I long for nights alone with you. In vast, open nothingness, forever and ever. But he's got his disease in me, like a rusted hook, if only to keep me. My screams, can you hear? His disease is in me. I'm going mad and there's no saving me. Gone, falling, no helping me now. I love, crossed out, hate you. Very short. A lot of these ones that are in my little book here are very short. Unless they're like 2-page spreads, but usually they're like this one's just 1-page spreads for each of them. So that was His Disease in Me. The second one is called Bobby, but Bob is like capitalized and then the rest of it's lowercase. To emphasize Bob. But yes, this one's called Bobby. His eyes are in your head, bright, dangerous. I can't stand to stare, like we used to on weekends. My mother told me never to play with hearts. Mine yearns to burst open, expose my blood. Will you stay that way? I hear his threats in your voice, that demand my attention. Hold me till tomorrow, when the sun holds tight. Keep me in your arms, please, please, please. I don't want to be alone. He's here, in my bed, crossed out room. I'm not alone. Your writing always makes me feel emotions. Thank you. That's what I aim to do. This one I think is probably my most potent one that I wrote. Because I have a lot of emotions about Bobby and Laura. Not so much James and Laura, because there's not a lot to go on, but Bobby and Laura definitely. But this one is also probably the most potent, because it's, well, you'll see. This is the last one in the trilogy, and it's called Muffin. Okay, I had to make sure I saw the word right. But yes, this one's called Muffin. Made of dewdrops and lavender, I hold her like some holy artifact. We are in church. I pray before my false, crossed-out God. Idolatry. I wish she would whisk me away. Oh, Donna, like Madonna, all my love to you. But you don't know a thing. Muffin of mine, you are divine, but you don't know of the hands. Love is delicate. Please don't shatter against my touch. Some secrets are best kept locked. For now I wander in search of you. That one was Muffin. They're all very short, each of them, because I just made them a page long in this tiny little notebook of mine, but that's the trilogy. So it's James and Bobby, and then the last one is Donna. I have a lot of thoughts about them. About these three characters and their relationship to Laura, and that's why I wrote those little poems about them. But yeah, those are my Twin Peaks poems. They're probably not my best work. I could do a lot better, I might actually rewrite them eventually, but those are my... I wrote those back in like June, didn't I? I think I wrote those back in June. So yeah, I could definitely do way better, but those are some that I wrote a while ago. But yeah, those are my Twin Peaks poems. A lot of poems that I like to write are ones that don't pertain to me personally. I like to write ones that have a story, but they're not about me. They're a lot about other characters from like media I'm consuming, or like about OCs that I've made, or just something that doesn't relate back to me, because I don't know, it just feels weird trying to make something personal. I see. I've never seen Twin Peaks, so I don't fully get the context, but they're still very evocative writings. Thank you. I love Twin Peaks. It's a very good show. It's very fucking weird, but I adore Twin Peaks as a TV show. It's probably my favorite TV show of all time, I would have to say. Which is saying a lot because I don't watch TV shows much anymore. But yeah. Those poems were so good. I don't care they are short. I'll listen to your poems all day, any day. Thank you. I'll mention something in the end. Let's see. Maybe I'll read 2 more. I'll read you 2 of the ones I wrote today. The third one I'm not feeling confident about, so I'll just scratch that one. So let's read 2 more. You get 5 today. Wow. I'm spoiling you guys rotten. But in any case, so this one, penultimate one, is called You're the One I Like the Best. And it goes like this. I climb the pillar to reach you, extend my hand and yell, jump! My unattainable lover, I hear you through the wall, a cry for help, to bring you out of this painful loneliness. Listen to my plea and take this risk. My body will be your cushion. Just don't look down, where the weeds grow plentiful over the decaying grass, where they buried him last fall. Do you remember that night? I see the look cross your eyes, teeth clenched, limbs stiff. Hear my plea. Don't look back away from our destiny. Take the leap, love. I'll whisk you away from all that agony. We can live a life of extravagance, spoiled rotten as you should be. Let me in, darling, my sweet rose bouquet. I need your thorns inside me. Come with me, please. Don't make me beg on one knee. Sweet lover, tender lover, Wonderland awaits for you. I worry this one is like, it has a specific meaning to it, and I noticed it as I started writing it, but like I can understand it'd be like, oh, this is like surface level schlock, which is like understandable. I don't know, but yeah, that one was You're the One I Like the Best. I'm gonna skip Living in Your Shadow because that one I'm not a huge fan of. I tried very hard with it and it didn't come out right, and I'm very sad about it because I had an idea and it fell through. This one, however, was just pure raw emotion, and this one I like to call Scramble. Alrighty, this one's a lot. I just kind of wrote it in a moment of emotion. This one goes as such. This is the last poem I'll read for tonight. I wake up lost, unable to comprehend my surroundings. My mind is filled with fuzz. It's raining outside. Another day of nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. I want to crush my skull against a wall. Oblivion take my hand. Lead me to where the clouds make me float. Above the pain, above the struggle. My screams never reach the neighbors, but I know they can hear me. Plead for release. Tears stain the paper. It's sucking my soul out day by day. What am I to do with this pent-up rage in my chest? Pull me down as I gnash my teeth, split my skin. It's boiling under the surface. Stop. Stop it all. The day draws to a close. My bones grow numb. Bed sheets cover my eyes. Tomorrow is another day. Rinse and repeat. There you go. That was Scramble. It's a scramble, I will say, and so I think you can glean what that one's about without me having to say anything. So yeah, there you go. Let me get all my papers together and put it away. Maybe this one. There we go. Boom. Don't mind me crunching, sorry. I think I said this before, but I think that oftentimes being direct and just saying things that happen can often be more effective than sweeping metaphors. Yeah, that's totally fair. I'm often very direct with how I write things because I struggle with metaphors. Even though I understand metaphor, writing metaphor is way harder. But there are some that I like to write sweeping metaphor for because I'm trying hard not to be direct about my feelings. Well, this is just like my own writing process. Sometimes I'm not really big on being upfront about my emotions, and so I'm kind of like hiding it underneath flowery writing so that people can like decipher what it means. If they interpret it one way, then yeah, I'm gonna say that's how it's interpreted because I'm not gonna give them the direct answer. If they believe this is what it is, then that is their belief, and I will not say anything of substance to try to give it away, you know? Yeah, I like writing poetry. My girlfriend sent a heart in chat, and I'm sending her a heart back with my hands, even though she can't see it. I do that all the time, because I love her. I love her to bits and pieces. Beloved. Glad she's still here, peeping in every once in a while. But yeah, that's a few of my poems. There's a thing I think I wanted to mention before, and I keep forgetting to do so. There's an entire poetry collection that I wrote that's over 31 pages, if you count the acknowledgments at the end, and the title thing on the beginning. But I see the hearts. That's cute. There's an entire poetry collection that I wrote. Yes, I love you too. There's an entire poetry collection that I wrote called The Darkness That I Call Trauma. I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but it's a poetry collection that's like deeply personal. I don't know if I'll ever release it because of how deeply personal it is, because a lot of it is talking about my high school years and the events that eventually led up to my assault by an ex-boyfriend of mine. Maybe I'll release it someday, but I don't know. I've been thinking about it a lot, and how I do want to add like a couple of poems onto it as like an extended edition. I released it into the Discord server that I used to run, and of course I gave appropriate content trigger warnings at the front of it so that people weren't going in blind to it and getting surprised by what I wrote. But it's just, yeah, it's a personal collection of poems that I wrote. God, I want to say like a year or two ago now. Probably a year ago. Probably a year ago is when I first started dating the girlfriend. Because she's mentioned in it. But it goes in like sequential order, so you can't like pluck a random poem out of it and start from there. It goes in sequential order of how things started and eventually ended up. And yeah, I don't know what happened. I just sat down. I wrote it in all one sitting, too. Just sat down, put on some music, and I wrote 30 pages worth of poems in one go on Google Docs till like 12 p.m. Well, 11 p.m., 12 a.m. So yeah, there's that. Very proud of it still. I don't even know if I still have it. I think I do. Let me look and see if I... Oh yeah, I still have it. It's saved in my collection of stuff that I took out of Google Docs when I eventually moved to using LibreOffice, because fuck Google Docs. I'm not using that shit anymore. Fuck that. But yeah, I have it still. Maybe one day I'll release it. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. But it's, yeah. but just know it's out there. But I have plans to eventually maybe compile a bunch of these poems that I've been writing in my journals and like put them out there for in a like a public place for you guys to read them all, have them for free. Just because I think it would be nice. I know you guys like to listen to them on stream, but I think it would be even nicer if you had a way to like read them and read how I intended for them to be seen, because a lot of things I have to explain to you guys, like when I do a cross out of a word or like an underline or stuff like that, like how I purposely... Because the poems in themselves are also art and not just like the words, and it's like visually there is a art angle to it. Because I'm inspired by a lot of those poets that visually do interesting little things with their poems, like they do like a sliding set of words with them, say, or they move them and like have them zigzag or something to do a specific emphasis on the sentence itself, or just to evoke a specific emotion. Those are the poets that I'm heavily inspired by. I think physically reading them would be lovely and perhaps more impactful, certainly, and I might... Hey, we'll see about me putting that out eventually. I don't think I have enough poems just yet to be able to do that. I want to have at least, like, a novella's worth of poems to put out there, and I could... I don't know what I would call the collection, but I think it would be a nice little thing for you guys to have. Personally. It'd be fun. I'll work on that at some point. Maybe not now, of course, because I got a lot of stuff going on and I'm writing these poems in my free time, but yeah, maybe I'll include some extra little ones in there that haven't yet been read out on stream that I exclusively make for it. Who knows? Whoa! Yeah. That was fun. That was a fun little stream. I'm sorry again that I didn't draw anything. Goodness, 4-hour-long stream. Let's go. Sorry I didn't read anything. I didn't draw anything. I'm not gonna guarantee that I might draw next stream, because it might just end up being me talking again. Although I will say, it's up in the air currently whether or not I will be streaming next Saturday, because my mom's birthday is on Saturday. She might want to do something, so I will keep you guys posted on whether or not stream is happening this coming week. And yeah, I think it was a successful stream, I will say. It was very fun hanging out with you guys. Wish me luck in hopefully getting that job. Crossing a finger, knocking on wood. I pray I don't jinx anything. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me on stream tonight. Make sure you get something to eat if you haven't eaten anything yet. Make sure you get something to drink if you haven't drank anything yet. Take your meds if you haven't taken them yet. Please do. It's better to take them late than never, as I always say. But do take your medication. Make sure you... If you are in summer school right now, or coming in on a new semester of school, it's better, make sure you do your work. Or turn in that assignment, turn in that test, study for that test. Do it, better to do it late than never, as I always say. Thank you for the luck, I appreciate it, all of you. Make sure you pet your pets, water your plants, take a shower if you haven't yet, brush your hair, brush your teeth, do what you need to do to take care of yourself. Just know that I love you and I care about you, and there are people in your life that love and care about you as well. And I will see you guys hopefully next week. We will see. Bye! Bye, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. See you later. Goodbye. Bye. I'll catch you later. Bye.